Part 1. Unit 1. Gateway. Dear Hyleen Miller, hello, I'm Nelson Perkins, a teacher and swimming coach at Broomstone High School. Last week I made a reservation for one of your company's swimming pools for our summer swim camp. However, due to its popularity, 30 more students are coming to the camp than we expected, so we need one more swimming pool for them. The rental section on your website says that there are 2 other swimming pools during the summer season, the Splash Pool and the Rainbow Pool. Please let me know if an additional rental would be possible. Thank you in advance. Best wishes, Nelson Perkins. Exercise 1. Dear Blue Light Theater, every year the Modern Art Association holds an awards night to honor accomplished artists in our state. For this year's program, we are featuring new and progressive artistic groups like yours. In a matter of 1 year, your vocal group has become well known for its unique style and fantastic range. We will be honored if you help us celebrate this year's accomplishments in modern art by performing 2 selections for us on the evening of October 6th. If you accept our invitation, your travel and lodging expenses will be entirely covered. We must finalize our schedule by August 18th, so we would appreciate it if you could let us know as early as possible if you are able to accept our invitation. Best regards, Christian Rickards. Exercise 2. Dear Mr. Carter, thank you for the interest you have shown in the FC Rainbow City 50-year anniversary products. The reason I'm writing this email is to provide you with an update on your recent order. We regret to inform you that due to unprecedented levels of demand in an extremely short space of time, we're unable to fulfill your order for the FC Rainbow City 50-year anniversary shirt 2XL. We are processing a refund for your original purchase. You will receive a refund back to the original form of payment within 2 to 7 business days. If you have any further questions, please feel free to write to me, and I will be happy to assist you. We always appreciate your support and love as a loyal FC Rainbow City fan. Once again, we apologize for this inconvenience. Sincerely, Chad Adams, FC Rainbow City Online Store Manager. Exercise 3. Dear Mr. Perkins, thank you for sending your work samples and discussing your views about the editor's position we have opened. I have reviewed your work and reflected at length on our last conversation, particularly your hesitancy to demonstrate your editorial approach to analytical topics. Since we talked, I have interviewed several other candidates with substantial editorial credentials and have become convinced that analytical skills and technical knowledge are an important prerequisite for the job. My conclusion is that your background is not appropriate for the position and, frankly, that you would not enjoy the job during a necessary period of training. I regret that we must make this decision. Again, thank you for your interest in the job. With best regards, Shella Collins, Personnel Director. Exercise 4. Dear Mr. White, I feel sincerely honored and privileged that you have invited me to be the guest speaker at the upcoming regional conference of the Personnel Management Association. I am fully aware that this will be a prestigious event, considering that you have invited a few senators to this gathering. Regrettably, as much as I would like to speak at the conference, I will not be able to do so, because I will be out of the country on that day due to a family event. With that, I would like to suggest Miss Julia Spencer to take my place as guest speaker. Miss Spencer has been working in the field of human resources for 30 years. She is an expert in human and social organization, and she has done many speaking engagements throughout her career. Please let me know if you decide to invite her as my alternate so that I can give her advanced notice. Once again, thank you for your invitation. I hope your event is a great success. Sincerely, Chris Kershaw.
Unit 2, Gateway. Daddy, Jenny called, waving a yellow crayon in her little hand. Nathan approached her, wondering why she was calling him. Jenny, his 3-year-old toddler, was drawing a big circle on a piece of paper. "What are you doing, sweetie?" Nathan asked with interest. She just kept drawing without reply. He continued watching her, wondering what she was working on. She was drawing something that looked like a face. When she finished it, Jenny shouted, "Look, Daddy." She held her artwork up proudly. Taking a closer look, Nathan recognized that it was his face. The face had 2 big eyes and a beard just like his. He loved Jenny's work. Filled with joy and happiness, Nathan gave her a big hug. Exercise 1. The phone rang late at night, and Sam sat up with a jolt. It felt to him as though his life was going to change after he picked up the flashing piece of metal that was vibrating on the end table. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever he was about to learn would have an impact on the rest of his life. Sam's hand shook slightly as he answered the phone. It was from a number he didn't recognize. "Hey, Sam speaking." His voice was gruff and hesitant. "Hey there, friend. Long time no see. It's John Havisham here. Hope that the last party Joe had over at the cottage wasn't too boring?" Sam felt relief flood over him. John would call occasionally to catch up on local news, ask whether Patty's art gallery had any exceptional pieces of art for sale, and order a few kegs of beer to be shipped to his home in Halifax. Exercise 2. One day we were asked to write a whole composition about some birds in Gaelic. I knew I could do it easily in English, so it shouldn't be too difficult in Gaelic. The words came very easily, and although I wasn't sure I'd got all the past, present, and future tenses perfectly correct, overall I decided I'd made a really good job of it. Sister Cecilia then came towards me and said, "Now, Kathleen O'Malley, let me see what you've done." She read my essay. I sat there patiently waiting for the praise I felt sure would be forthcoming. I did notice that her color was getting more and more ruddy, and suddenly she said, "Kathleen O'Malley, do you expect to pass?" Without hesitation I replied, "Yes, sister." She then continued, "I've never read anything like this before." I realized she had been anything other than blown away by my Gaelic masterpiece. As a horrible sense of self-pity started slowly to descend on me, she went over to one of the girls and said, "Now I'm sure you've got a better composition." She read that girl's work, and a big smile spread across her face. Exercise 3. Spring is in bloom and the park wears a new green coat. There are the tennis courts, a garden, and a small hill with an old house that used to be a manor and is now used for events, and a food stand selling ice cream and snacks to sticky-fingered children. 2 sets of train tracks loop around the park, the real one and the miniature one that is only for the summer and very small children. The sun is just starting to set, and while listening to the calming songs of the birds, Rosemary can see people enjoying the lengthening days. Runners make their way up the hill and down again. And on the edge of the park, closest to her balcony, a low red brick building wraps its arms around a perfect blue rectangle of water. A place to spend the day without disturbance. The pool is striped with ropes that splits the lanes, and she can see bright towels on the deck chairs. Swimmers float in the water like petals. It is a place she knows well. It is the Lido, her Lido. Exercise 4. At my high school, 2 students were accepted to Tufts University. However, the editor of our newspaper, who had worked his whole high school career for a Tufts admission, was rejected. Upon hearing that news, I was overwhelmed with anxiety about my own chances of getting accepted. That morning, all I could think about was Tufts University. At about 10:30, an assistant from the front office came to get me out of math class and handed me a note to call home. I knew this was it. My heart pounded. My hand shook. I was short of breath. I had no right to expect a yes, but I wanted it more than anything in my life. I dialed our number. It rang twice. My mom picked up. Laughing with happiness, she said, "You got in. You got into Tufts." I jumped up and yelled, "Yes," attracting the attention of everyone in the front office. A thrill ran through me. It was a moment that I will never, ever forget.
Unit 3. Gateway. Coming of age in the 18th and 19th centuries, the personal diary became a centerpiece in the construction of a modern subjectivity, at the heart of which is the application of reason and critique to the understanding of world and self, which allowed the creation of a new kind of knowledge. Diaries were central media through which enlightened and free subjects could be constructed. They provided a space where one could write daily about her whereabouts, feelings, and thoughts. Over time and with rereading, disparate entries, events, and happenstances could be rendered into insights and narratives about the self, and allowed for the formation of subjectivity. It is in that context that the idea of the self as both made and explored with words emerges. Diaries were personal and private. One could write for oneself, or, in Habermas's formulation, one would make oneself public to oneself. By making the self public in a private sphere, the self also became an object for self-inspection and self-critique. Exercise 1. In the past, there was little genetic pressure to stop people from becoming obese. Genetic mutations that drove people to consume fewer calories were much less likely to be passed on, because in an environment where food was scarcer and its hunting or gathering required considerable energy outlay, an individual with that mutation would probably die before they had a chance to reproduce. Mutations that in our environment of abundant food now drive us towards obesity, on the other hand, were incorporated into the population. Things are, of course, very different now, but the problem is that evolutionary timescales are long. It's only in the last century or so, approximately 0.00004% of mammalian evolutionary time, that we managed to tweak our environment to such a degree that we can pretty much eat whatever we want whenever we want it. Evolution has another couple of thousand years to go before it can catch up with the current reality of online food shopping and delivery. Exercise 2. The idea of family support, suggested as one of the preconditions of any child's success, is far from being faultless. Thus, for example, the well-known musical psychologist Jane Davidson and her colleagues state that all the parents of children who later become successful musicians were, in fact, their charge's great friends and allies from earliest childhood. If the great jazz musician Sidney Bechet were to hear of such a conclusion, he would be surprised indeed. His altogether respectable parents, who dreamed of something rather more substantial and reliable than a career in music for their son, actually hid his clarinet from him. Robert Schumann's mother, the widow of a publisher and literary translator, reconciled herself only with difficulty to her son's choice of music as a profession, while Christoph W. Gluck, the great reformer of opera, was forced to roam about Italy and Bohemia after being expelled from home by his father. Even some of the great musical geniuses, it is clear, were given switches and coal by an unkind fate instead of the presents other youngsters received. The universal support given by parents to beginning musicians turns out, upon closer examination, to be a myth. Exercise 3. A key feature particular to stories is that they have the ability to transport the reader. While experiencing stories, one can feel emotionally involved and as if being swept away as a participant. There is some evidence that being transported into a story requires a suspension of disbelief. Enjoying Jurassic Park or a Harry Potter tale may involve putting aside what one knows about the world that contradicts the story. A story that suggests an unexpected outcome. George Washington declined the nomination to become the first president of the United States, results in readers being slower to verify well-known facts. George Washington was elected first president of the United States. This suspension of disbelief may make one less likely to spot problems in a narrative, as illustrated by a study in which participants read a story and circled any false notes or parts that did not make sense. Green and Brock refer to this method as Pinocchio circling. Just as the puppet's nose signaled when he told a falsehood, authors also leave clues when they are being untruthful. But readers who were more transported by the story spotted fewer Pinocchios. Exercise 4. Marketing is based on notions that are 20 years out of date. The notion that if you put enough messages out there, some of them will be heard. The notion that building the brand is money well spent. The notion that people believe what they see and read. Recent initiatives to take advantage of Web 2.0 technologies are merely reactions that apply old techniques to new media. Marketing needs to rethink the messages it is communicating, to whom it's communicated, and the methods being used. Many companies are disappointed at the lack of tangible return on their multi-million pounds marketing activities. Advertising remains the largest budget item on most firms' marketing plans. Advertising may be a fixture in a company's annual spend, but management boards are increasingly questioning why this is. The most recent Brand Channel survey illustrates this point well. 4 of the world's 5 largest brands have never conducted any advertising, and the same is true for 7 out of the 10 fastest-growing brands. There is no proven causal relationship between advertising and financial performance, and advertising is just the tip of the melting marketing iceberg.
Unit 4. Gateway. Often overlooked, but just as important a stakeholder, is the consumer who plays a large role in the notion of the privacy paradox. Consumer engagement levels in all manner of digital experiences and communities have simply exploded, and they show little or no signs of slowing. There is an awareness among consumers, not only that their personal data helps to drive the rich experiences that these companies provide, but also that sharing this data is the price you pay for these experiences, in whole or in part. Without a better understanding of the what, when, and why of data collection and use, the consumer is often left feeling vulnerable and conflicted. I love this Restaurant Finder app on my phone, but what happens to my data if I press OK when asked if that app can use my current location? Armed with tools that can provide them options, the consumer moves from passive bystander to active participant. Exercise 1. A key assumption in consumer societies has been the idea that money buys happiness. Historically, there is a good reason for this assumption. Until the last few generations, a majority of people have lived close to subsistence, so an increase in income, brought genuine increases in material well-being, e.g., food, shelter, healthcare, and this has produced more happiness. However, in a number of developed nations, levels of material well-being have moved beyond subsistence to unprecedented abundance. Developed nations have had several generations of unparalleled material prosperity, and a clear understanding is emerging. More money does bring more happiness when we are living on a very low income. However, as a global average, when per capita income reaches the range of $13,000 per year, additional income adds relatively little to our happiness, while other factors such as personal freedom, meaningful work, and social tolerance add much more. Often, a doubling or tripling of income in developed nations has not led to an increase in perceived well-being. Exercise 2. We are wired more for the struggle for survival on the savannah than we are for urban life. As a result, situations are constantly evaluated as good or bad, requiring escape or permitting approach. In everyday life, this means that our aversion to losses is naturally greater than our attraction to gain by a factor of 2. We have an inbuilt mechanism to give priority to bad news. Our brains are set up to detect a predator in a fraction of a second, much quicker than the part of the brain that acknowledges one has been seen. That is why we can act before we even know we are acting. Threats are privileged above opportunities. Kahneman says, this natural tendency means that we overweight unlikely events, such as being caught in a terrorist attack. It also leads to us overestimating our chances of winning the lottery. Exercise 3. It is not only through our actions that we can give life meaning. Insofar as we can answer life's specific questions responsibly, we can fulfill the demands of existence not only as active agents, but also as loving human beings, in our loving dedication to the beautiful, the great, the good. Should I perhaps try to explain for you, with some hackneyed phrase, how and why experiencing beauty can make life meaningful? I prefer to confine myself to the following thought experiment. Imagine that you are sitting in a concert hall and listening to your favorite symphony, and your favorite bars of the symphony resound in your ears, and you are so moved by the music that it sends shivers down your spine. And now imagine that it would be possible for someone to ask you in this moment whether your life has meaning. I believe you would agree with me if I declared that in this case, you would only be able to give one answer. And it would go something like, it wouldn't have been worth it to have lived for this moment alone. Exercise 4. The process of research is often not entirely rational. In the classical application of the scientific method, the researcher is supposed to develop a hypothesis, then design a crucial experiment to test it. If the hypothesis withstands this test, a generalization is then argued for, and an advance in understanding has been made. But where did the hypothesis come from in the first place? I have a colleague whose favorite question is, why is this so? And I've seen this innocent question spawn brilliant research projects on quite a few occasions. Research is a mixture of inspiration, hypothesis generation, musing over the odd and surprising, finding lines of attack on difficult problems, and rational thinking, design and execution of crucial experiments, analysis of results in terms of existing theory. Most of the books on research methods and design of experiments, there are hundreds of them, are concerned with the rational part and fail to deal with the creative part. Yet without the creative part, no real research would be done, no new insights would be gained, and no new theories would be formulated.
Unit 5. Gateway. At every step in our journey through life, we encounter junctions with many different pathways leading into the distance. Each choice involves uncertainty about which path will get you to your destination. Trusting our intuition to make the choice often ends up with us making a suboptimal choice. Turning the uncertainty into numbers has proved a potent way of analyzing the paths and finding the shortcut to your destination. The mathematical theory of probability hasn't eliminated risk, but it allows us to manage that risk more effectively. The strategy is to analyze all the possible scenarios that the future holds, and then to see what proportion of them lead to success or failure. This gives you a much better map of the future on which to base your decisions about which path to choose. Exercise 1. Consumers usually attempt to spend as little as possible. However, it is often the case that people become too concerned with spending as little as possible in the short term while ignoring the long-term cost of their expenditures. Home builders are keenly aware that most home buyers are trying to buy a home for the lowest price possible. However, in the case of the new home, this is not the most important issue for a wise consumer. Most homes are purchased through a mortgage, and a wise home buyer should be interested not just in the price of the mortgage, but also in the total price of owning and maintaining a home. Besides maintenance and insurance costs, this would include the mortgage and utility payments. It is usually the case that a more energy-efficient home costs more to build and therefore has a higher mortgage payment. However, a more energy-efficient home will also result in smaller utility payments. Exercise 2. It is obvious that organized party spirit is one of the greatest dangers of our time. In the form of nationalism, it leads to wars between nations, and in other forms it leads to civil war. It should be the business of teachers to stand outside the strife of parties and endeavor to instill into the young the habit of impartial inquiry, leading them to judge issues on their merits and to be on their guard against accepting one-sided statements at their face value. The teacher should not be expected to flatter the prejudices either of the mob or of officials. His professional virtue should consist in a readiness to do justice to all sides, and in an endeavor to rise above controversy into a region of dispassionate scientific investigation. If there are people to whom the results of his investigation are inconvenient, he should be protected against their resentment, unless it can be shown that he has lent himself to dishonest propaganda by the dissemination of demonstrable untruths. Exercise 3. What urgent tasks are you facing this week? Make a list. Then compare that list of urgent tasks to your list of critical and enabling goals. Do you see anything resembling a match? Don't be surprised if most of the urgent issues on your list have nothing to do with your critical and enabling goals. In the absence of serious time management, it's easy for your days to fill up with urgent but unimportant activities. The same applies to many of the commitments we all make to others in the spirit of helpfulness. Yes, I'll help you with that report, you tell a colleague. Yes, I'll volunteer to sell raffle tickets for the school fundraiser. Commitments like these keep us busy without necessarily bringing us closer to our higher goals. To be an effective time manager, you must discipline yourself to differentiate between what is urgent and important and what is simply urgent. When you recognize the difference, you'll know best how to allocate your time. Exercise 4. We can safely argue that nearly all aspects of modern human life owe their existence to science. Electric lights, mass food production, transport, air conditioning, medicine, heating, clothing manufacture, etc., are all the products of scientific research. If we therefore convinced ourselves that our scientific endeavors were merely of interest to other scientists, then we would not only be incorrect, we would be selfish, short-sighted, and historically ignorant. Even the most theoretical and blue skies research can be useful and interesting to non-scientists. We are therefore compelled to extend our science results and their implications to as many people as possible, as if we needed more jobs to do and expertise to acquire. Unfortunately, effective public engagement is something that most scientists have done poorly since the advent of modern communication technologies. So, mastering a good communication strategy should be something every developing scientist should try to improve.
Unit 6. Gateway. Considerable work by cultural psychologists and anthropologists has shown that there are indeed large and sometimes surprising differences in the words and concepts that different cultures have for describing emotions, as well as in the social circumstances that draw out the expression of particular emotions. However, those data do not actually show that different cultures have different emotions. If we think of emotions as central, neurally implemented states. As for, say, color vision, they just say that, despite the same internal processing architecture, how we interpret, categorize, and name emotions varies according to culture, and that we learn in a particular culture the social context in which it is appropriate to express emotions. However, the emotional states themselves are likely to be quite invariant across cultures. In a sense, we can think of a basic, culturally universal emotion set that is shaped by evolution and implemented in the brain. But the links between such emotional states and stimuli, behavior, and other cognitive states are plastic and can be modified by learning in a specific cultural context. Exercise 1. Nobody has to teach a child to demand fair treatment. Children protest unfairness vigorously, and as soon as they can communicate. Nobody has to teach us to admire a person who sacrifices for a group. The admiration for duty is universal. Nobody has to teach us to disdain someone who betrays a friend or is disloyal to a family or tribe. Nobody has to teach a child the difference between rules that are moral, don't hit, and rules that are not, don't chew gum in school. These preferences also emerge from somewhere deep inside us. Just as we have a natural suite of emotions to help us love and be loved, so too we have a natural suite of moral emotions to make us disapprove of people who violate social commitments and approve of people who reinforce them. There is no society on earth where people are praised for running away in battle. Exercise 2. In a recent presidential election, one of our local comedians compiled a list of all the recommendations being made by both the Democratic and Republican candidates for the presidency. He then switched them and asked committed Democratic and Republican supporters about them. Democratic voters were told their candidate thought the American military needed to be strengthened, the national borders more tightly controlled, and voter identification efforts strengthened. As for those committed to the Republican candidate, he questioned them about their support of their candidate's supposed statements, underscoring the need to expand national health care, create a more equitable tax system, and increase the minimum wage. In every case, the supporters did not question the veracity of the list. Instead, they began justifying their candidates' positions. It was as if it did not matter what the facts were. Once they had made up their minds who they were voting for, their job was to support him, not question him. Exercise 3. You may believe that all forms of negative thinking are unnecessary, extreme, and irrational. Nothing could be further from the truth. Quite often, you might experience unpleasant, tragic, and upsetting events in your life that you believe to be negative. As a result of these beliefs, you experience unpleasant emotions. If you're perceiving a situation accurately, your distressing emotions will serve a useful function for you. For example, if a close friend has died and you are extremely sad because you missed your close relationship, crying, grieving, and sadness will allow you to work through the difficult situation and incorporate it into your experience so that you can move on with your life. Only when the thoughts take on an unrealistically negative and distorted quality, e.g., my life is over because my friend is gone, the same fate will soon befall me, I have nothing left to look forward to in my life, is it likely that you will experience emotions and behavioral reactions that are dysfunctional and self-defeating. Exercise 4. Evolution theory is being challenged. Darwin saw evolution as a gradual process of natural selection and survival of the fittest as the most likely phenomenon. Now, evolutionists such as paleontologists Niles Eldredge and Stephen Jay Gould argue that evolution is characterized by long periods of relative stability that are punctuated by sudden changes, followed by more stability, followed by more changes, and so on. One hypothesis on why this occurs is that changes in environment cause a species to diversify and specialize into several new niches, creating new lineages. In Gould's theory, a species will be unchanged for thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, and then suddenly something will happen that will change it, perhaps gene splicing, or even wipe it out. Gould's theory can be thought of as macroevolution, periodic sudden large changes, and the normal concept of gradual evolution can be thought of as microevolution, a continuous, almost unnoticeable succession of small changes.
Unit 7. Gateway. Not only musicians and psychologists, but also committed music enthusiasts and experts often voice the opinion that the beauty of music lies in an expressive deviation from the exactly defined score. Concert performances become interesting and gain in attraction from the fact that they go far beyond the information printed in the score. In his early studies on musical performance, Carl Seashore discovered that musicians only rarely play two equal notes in exactly the same way. Within the same metric structure, there is a wide potential of variations in tempo, volume, tonal quality, and intonation. Such variation is based on the composition, but diverges from it individually. We generally call this expressivity. This explains why we do not lose interest when we hear different artists perform the same piece of music. It also explains why it is worthwhile for following generations to repeat the same repertoire. New, inspiring interpretations help us to expand our understanding, which serves to enrich and animate the music scene. Exercise 1. If you're stuck developing an idea or even thinking of one, get unstuck by literally getting away from your desk. Go for a walk, exercise, bring your work somewhere else. Physical movement has been shown to have a positive effect on creative thinking. The philosopher and author Henry Thoreau claimed that his thoughts began to flow the moment my legs began to move. Now scientists have discovered that taking part in regular exercise, such as going for a walk or riding a bike, really does improve creative thought. Professor Lorenza Colzato, a cognitive psychologist at Leiden University in the Netherlands, found in her 2013 study that people who exercised 4 times a week were able to think more creatively than those with a more sedentary lifestyle. One of my course sessions, an observation lab, is held outdoors, and the students love the walk and change in environment as they brainstorm possible solutions while moving across our campus. Exercise 2. Cosmology would not exist as a subject unless there were such a thing as the universe to explain. Instead of finding that space is filled with a dog's breakfast of unrelated bric-a-brac, astronomers see an orchestrated and coherent unity. On the largest scale of size, there is order and uniformity. Stars and galaxies, billions of light years away, closely resemble those in our astronomical backyard and are distributed in much the same way everywhere. Their compositions and motions are similar. The laws of physics appear to be identical as far out in space as our instruments can penetrate. In short, there is cosmos rather than chaos. This basic fact is crucial for our existence. Life could not emerge, still less evolve, to the point of intelligence in chaos. It is also, or at least it was until recently, deeply mysterious. Why should the totality of things be organized so systematically? To find the answer to this intriguing question, we need to understand how the universe began and work out how it evolved over billions of years to attain its present orderly and life-encouraging form. Exercise 3. Ideally, business requires a stable environment within which to operate. Yet, the framework of law which governs business activities is subject to constant change. The burden of keeping up to date may be eased slightly by making use of professional people such as an accountant or solicitor to advise on the latest developments in such areas as tax or company law. Nevertheless, the businessman will still need to keep himself informed of general legal changes which will affect his day-to-day running of the business. If he employs others in his business, he will need to keep up to date on such matters as health and safety at work, the rights of his employees, and his duties as an employer. If he sells goods direct to the consumer, he must be aware of changes in consumer protection law. Almost every aspect of his business will be subject to legal regulation, and the law could always change. Exercise 4. In absolute terms, the overall demand for doctors and teachers is much larger than that for professional athletes. Education and healthcare make up huge chunks of the U.S. economy. Healthcare, measured as a percentage of GDP, is in the double digits and growing. By contrast, despite the attention paid to it, professional sports is nowhere near as big. In relation to the number of practitioners in each field, however, the demand for athlete services is much larger than in either healthcare or education. The source of that demand is that hundreds of millions of people enjoy watching these sports, whether in person or on television. Fans will pay as much as hundreds of dollars per ticket to attend, while advertisers will pay literally billions of dollars to broadcasters that can deliver mass audiences for sports. The world might well be a better place if people paid less attention to spectator sports and more to reading, hiking, declaiming poetry, or practicing Zen meditation. But the fact is that at the current stage of human development, large numbers of people do enjoy pro sports, and that creates significant income for the industry.
Unit 8. Gateway. Top 4 European countries with the most renewable energy generation capacity in 2011 and in 2020. The graph above shows the top 4 European countries with the most renewable energy generation capacity in 2011 and in 2020. Each of the 4 countries in the graph had a higher capacity to generate renewable energy in 2020 than its respective capacity in 2011. Germany's capacity to generate renewable energy in 2011 reached more than 50.0 gigawatts, which was also the case in 2020. Among the countries above, Spain ranked in second place in terms of renewable energy generation capacity in 2011 and remained in second place in 2020. The renewable energy generation capacity of Italy in 2020 was lower than that of Spain in the same year. The renewable energy generation capacity of France was higher than that of Italy in both 2011 and 2020. Exercise 1. Number of living languages spoken per country in 2021. The above graph shows the number of living languages spoken per country in 2021, including the number of languages spoken per 1 million inhabitants. Papua New Guinea is the most linguistically diverse country in the world, with 840 languages spoken. Second on the list is Indonesia, with 712 different languages spoken throughout the country, immediately followed by Nigeria, with 522 living languages. Among the 10 countries, there are only 3 where the number of living languages is less than 300. In terms of the number of languages spoken per 1 million inhabitants, Papua New Guinea also tops the list, with 93.9 languages spoken, immediately followed by Cameroon with 10.4 languages. China has the smallest number of languages spoken per 1 million inhabitants among the 10 countries. Exercise 2. U.S. college enrollment rates of 18 to 24-year-olds by race/ethnicity, 2000, 2010, and 2018. The above table shows the college enrollment rates of 18 to 24-year-olds by race/ethnicity in 2000, 2010, and 2018 in the U.S. Among all the racial and ethnic groups listed in the table, Asians showed the highest college enrollment rate in all 3 years. The college enrollment rates in 2010 were higher than in 2000 for both whites, 43 versus 39%, and blacks, 38 versus 31%. But compared to 2010, in 2018, the college enrollment rates marked a decrease for both white and black 18 to 24-year-olds. For Hispanics, the college enrollment rate was 10 percentage points higher in 2010 than in 2000, and 4 percentage points higher in 2018 than in 2010. Among all the groups in the table, American Indians/Alaska Natives showed the highest increase in the college enrollment rate from 2000 to 2010, and again from 2010 to 2018. Exercise 3. The share of women across STEM job types in the U.S. Percentage of employed in each occupational group who are women. The above graphs show the share of women employees in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math job types between 1990 and 2019 in the U.S. In 2019, women comprised about 3/4 of health-related jobs, which was the largest occupational type for women, followed by life science and math in that order. In 1990, the share of women employees in life science jobs was lower than that of women employees in math jobs, but this was reversed in 2019 by 1 percentage point. Women have made significant gains in life science and physical science jobs, which showed a 14 and 18 percentage point increase, respectively, between 1990 and 2019. In both 1990 and 2019, the share of women employees in computer jobs was more than double that of women employees in engineering jobs. The share of women employees in engineering jobs was the lowest among STEM job types, at 12% in 1990, slightly inching up to 15% in 2019. Exercise 4. The top 8 African countries with the highest GDP in 1990, 2005, and 2020. The graph above shows the top 8 African countries with the highest GDP in 1990, 2005, and 2020. South Africa maintained its status as the African country with the highest GDP both in 1990 and 2005. But it fell to third with a GDP of $301.9 billion in 2020. In 2020, Algeria, which ranked second in 1990 and third in 2005, ranked fourth, while Nigeria and Egypt ranked first and second, respectively. Morocco ranked fifth among the top 8 African countries in 1990, 2005, and 2020, with its GDP reaching $112.8 billion in 2020. Libya ranked sixth in the listing both in 1990 and 2005, but dropped out of the top 8 African countries in 2020. Angola and Tunisia entered the top 8 African countries in 2005, and Ethiopia, Kenya, and Ghana did so in 2020, despite all 3 countries having GDPs below $100 billion.
Unit 9. Gateway. William Buckland, 1784 to 1856, was well known as one of the greatest geologists in his time. His birthplace, Axminster in Britain, was rich with fossils, and as a child, he naturally became interested in fossils while collecting them. In 1801, Buckland won a scholarship and was admitted to Corpus Christi College, Oxford. He developed his scientific knowledge there while attending John Kidd's lectures on mineralogy and chemistry. After Kidd resigned his position, Buckland was appointed his successor at the college. Buckland used representative samples and large-scale geological maps in his lectures, which made his lectures more lively. In 1824, he announced the discovery of the bones of a giant creature, and he named it Megalosaurus, or Great Lizard. He won the prize from the Geological Society due to his achievements in geology. Exercise 1. Southern sea lions are seals with small, clearly visible external ears. They are much more mobile on land than true seals, being able to rotate their rear flippers sideways to propel their bodies forward. Sea lions can move quite fast in this manner. A fully grown southern sea lion bull is much larger and more impressive than his northern cousin, the California sea lion. This massive animal measures well over 2 meters long and weighs up to half a ton. His enormous neck is decorated with a shaggy mane, hence the name sea lion, which also refers to his roar. The elegant, nearly yellowish females that make up his harem weigh roughly half the average weight of an adult male, but then they expend less energy. From the time he comes ashore in December to when he leaves in March, the bull sea lion neither eats nor sleeps for more than a few minutes at a time. Guarding his harem is a full-time job. Exercise 2. Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet was born in Philadelphia on December 10, 1787. His family moved to Hartford, Connecticut, where he attended the Hartford Grammar School. He entered Yale College in 1802 and graduated the youngest in his class. Gallaudet became interested in the education of deaf people after meeting Alice Cogswell, the deaf daughter of a neighbor. With funding from Cogswell's father and others, Gallaudet went to Europe in 1815 to learn how to teach deaf children. Dissatisfied by what he saw in British schools for deaf people, Gallaudet visited a school in Paris. There, he received training from deaf teachers Jean Massieu and Laurent Clerc. Gallaudet accompanied Laurent Clerc back to Hartford in 1816 and established the first school for the deaf in the United States in 1817, now known as the American School for the Deaf. Gallaudet served as the institution's principal until 1830. He married one of his former students, Sophia Fowler, and had 8 children. Exercise 3. William Black was born in Glasgow, Scotland. His father, a successful merchant, sent him to the School of Art at Glasgow, but Black pursued journalism instead of painting. As a teenager, he began writing essays for the local Glasgow newspapers. Some of Black's early articles were on well-known 19th century English writers and thinkers, such as Thomas Carlyle and John Ruskin. His early novel, James Merle, 1864, made little impression. Black eventually left Glasgow for London, where he began to write for another paper, the Morning Star. In 1865, he married Augusta Wenzel, who died in childbirth the following year. Black then went to Europe as a foreign correspondent to cover the so-called 7 Weeks' War, a conflict between Austria and Prussia. After returning to London, he continued to work as a journalist, but also began to have success as a novelist. Black set his novels in the Scottish countryside and used a great deal of local color, traditions, and dialect, often setting up a dramatic tension between his rural and his city-bred characters. Exercise 4. Pi Day has been celebrated annually on 14th March since 1988. The brainchild of Larry Shaw, a physicist at the San Francisco Exploratorium, the date 14th March was chosen because the American pattern of writing dates is to put the month before the day, so that 14th March is written as 314, corresponding to the pattern of the first 3 digits of pi, 3.14. In 2009, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a resolution recognizing 14th March as National Pi Day. The date has attracted increasing worldwide publicity and is celebrated in a vast variety of ways, particularly in schools and colleges, and involves the inevitable consumption of all kinds of pies, as well as competitions to memorize and recite as many of the digits of pi as possible. Pi Day in 2015 was particularly significant because the date corresponded to the first 5 digits of pi, 3.1415.
Unit 10. Gateway. 2022 KT Culture Program. Evergreen Tea Society invites you to the 2nd annual KT Culture Program. Come and enjoy a refreshing cup of tea and learn about traditional Korean tea culture. Program includes 1. Watching a short video about the history of Korean tea culture. 2. Observing a demonstration of a traditional Korean tea ceremony, dado. 3. Participating in the ceremony yourself. 4. Tasting a selection of teas along with cookies. When? Saturday, September 24th, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Where? Evergreen Culture Center. Participation fee. $20 per person. Traditional teacup included. Reservations should be made online. www.egtsociety.or.kr at least 1 day before your visit. Exercise 1. Central Square Summer Youth T-Ball Camp. Enroll your child in a fun summer camp to learn T-ball and make friends. The camp focuses on teaching kids the fundamentals of throwing, catching, and batting skills. General information. The camp meets twice per week, on Mondays and Wednesdays. There will be 4 teams, and each team will have a maximum of 13 players. Each participant will receive a camp t-shirt and a hat. Lunch will be provided along with snacks. When? June 5th through July 12th. Monday/Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Where? Central Square Park. In case of bad weather, the camp will be held in an indoor arena at Central Square. Registration. Registration opens May 15th, in person at the Central Square Community Center or online at www.centralsquare.org. Due to limited spaces, register early. Cost: $45 per child. Our camp needs parent volunteer coaches. Please contact the community center if you are able to volunteer. Training will be provided. Exercise 2. Future Scientists Program. We are now inviting applicants for the 2023 Future Scientists Program. The Future Scientists Program provides opportunities for those interested in science and research to participate as research assistants, RA, with our institute. Research assistant positions will last for 3 months. Eligibility requirements. Current university or community college students or recent graduates. Those who are able to dedicate at least 5 hours per week for the duration of the program. Important dates. March 1st. Application period opens. April 15th. Application period closes. May 3rd. Results of application process will be announced. June 1st. Program begins. August 31st. Program ends. Application requirements. Complete the online application form. Send 2 letters of recommendation to fsp23_letters@institute.org. There is a $20 application fee. Exercise 3. Jericho Vet Hospital Canine Therapeutic Massage Class. Therapeutic massage is very beneficial because it helps dogs release their physical and emotional stress. Come join our class to learn 10 basic massage techniques that you can use on your dogs to help them relax. Class information. The class is conducted by a certified canine massage therapist. Participants will observe a therapeutic massage session and learn about the 10 techniques applied. Date and time. Saturday, March 25th, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Cost, $30 per person. Only 10 spaces are available on a first-come, first-served basis. To reserve your spot, email us at jerichovethospitalctmc@abd.com or give us a call at 999-123-5210. Exercise 4. 2023 Farmers Market Scavenger Hunt. Bring your kids to the 2023 Farmers Market Scavenger Hunt for a fun day at the Farmers Market. Date and time, Saturday, June 3rd, 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Place, Hillsdale County Farmers Market outdoor parking lot. Participants should be children ages 5 to 12. General information. Arrive at the market, get instructions and a list of items to find from any vendor, and start looking. The first 10 scavenger hunt finishers each receive a $5 coupon to anything at the market. All participants will be entered into a drawing for another chance to win a prize at 1 p.m. For more information, email hcfm@freshhillsdale.com or call 375-288-0761.
Unit 11. Gateway. Recognizing ethical issues is the most important step in understanding business ethics. An ethical issue is an identifiable problem, situation, or opportunity that requires a person to choose from among several actions that may be evaluated as right or wrong, ethical or unethical. Learning how to choose from alternatives and make a decision requires not only good personal values, but also knowledge competence in the business area of concern. Employees also need to know when to rely on their organization's policies and codes of ethics, or have discussions with coworkers or managers on appropriate conduct. Ethical decision-making is not always easy because there are always gray areas that create dilemmas, no matter how decisions are made. For instance, should an employee report on a coworker engaging in time theft? Should a salesperson leave out facts about a product's poor safety record in his presentation to a customer? Such questions require the decision-maker to evaluate the ethics of his or her choice and decide whether to ask for guidance. Exercise 1. Sometimes it's important to disagree. All the great social reforms which took place in the 18th century, for instance, began with the dedicated campaigns of a handful of people who saw something wrong and did not let it rest. Slavery was widely accepted in Europe in the 18th century, but as a result of consistent campaigning, the slave trade was made illegal near the beginning of the 19th century, and the owning of slaves became illegal a few years later. Social psychologists Moscovici and Nemeth showed that if just a few people stick to a particular view which they are convinced is right, then over time they can have a great deal of influence on a larger group. The important thing, though, is that those people who are in the minority and trying to influence the majority should be seen to be genuine, consistent, and resisting social pressure. If we see people acting like that, over time we become curious about why they are doing it, and so are likely to think more seriously about what they are saying. Exercise 2. Attention is selective. We cannot focus on everything, and the knowledge we bring to a given situation allows us to direct our attention to the most important elements and to ignore the rest. The extent to which our schemas and expectations guide our attention was powerfully demonstrated by an experiment in which participants watched a videotape of 2 teams of 3 people, each passing a basketball back and forth. The members of one team wore white shirts, and the members of the other team wore black shirts. Each participant was asked to count the number of passes made by the members of one of the teams. 45 seconds into the action, a person wearing a gorilla costume strolled into the middle of the action. Although a large black gorilla might seem hard to miss, only half the participants noticed it. The participants' schemas about what is likely to happen in a game of catch directed their attention so intently to some parts of the videotape that they failed to see a rather dramatic stimulus they did not expect to see. Exercise 3. With the rise of modern science, new habits of mind developed. The method of the sciences and the image of scientific narratives became unquestioned and reinforced the new habits of mind, becoming an accomplice to those that would best accommodate the new image. These habits of mind became a duplication in the classroom of what the sciences were supposed to be doing in the laboratory. They developed clear and distinct ideas, imitating mathematical models that are hypothetical, abstract, ahistorical, and humanly disembodied. Descartes, Newton, Galileo, Locke, and Rousseau are the best examples. The mind was trained to repeat certain logical operations until a habit was developed of reading the world according to those skills. Even if the reading was supposed to be disembodied and therefore objective, the result was that the viewpoints and skills became embodied in those using them. For the older habits of mind, external cosmologies, now considered outdated, were substituted in all classrooms. Exercise 4. Commodities do not go to market all on their own. Someone has to take them there. Goods must be moved, prices agreed, and only after a long and complicated process will the commodity in question be there for the end user to enjoy. This applies to films and videos as much as it does to any other commodity, and it applies even in that sector of the film and video business that likes to think of itself as remote from and even antagonistic to the regular processes of commodity exchange. But perhaps because of this aversion, the process by which commodities get to market, generally referred to in the film trade as distribution, is the least studied of all the aspects of cinema and other forms of moving image. A lot is written about film and video production, about the films and videos produced, and about how they are perceived, received by the spectator, but very little about the intermediate stages between production and consumption. Sometimes it seems as if, in the world of cinema and the moving image, commodities do indeed mysteriously get to market all on their own.
Unit 12. Gateway. Everywhere we turn, we hear about almighty cyberspace. The hype promises that we will leave our boring lives, put on goggles and bodysuits, and enter some metallic, three-dimensional, multimedia otherworld. When the Industrial Revolution arrived with its great innovation, the motor, we didn't leave our world to go to some remote motor space. On the contrary, we brought the motors into our lives as automobiles, refrigerators, drill presses, and pencil sharpeners. This absorption has been so complete that we refer to all these tools with names that declare their usage, not their motorness. These innovations led to a major socio-economic movement precisely because they entered and affected profoundly our everyday lives. People have not changed fundamentally in thousands of years. Technology changes constantly. It's the one that must adapt to us. That's exactly what will happen with information technology and its devices under human-centric computing. The longer we continue to believe that computers will take us to a magical new world, the longer we will delay their natural fusion with our lives, the hallmark of every major movement that aspires to be called a socio-economic revolution. Exercise 1. On April 12, 1955, the day that the U.S. government announced that the new polio vaccine was safe and effective, its inventor, Jonas Salk, was asked on television who owned the vaccine. He famously replied, "Well, the people, I would say. There is no patent. Could you patent the sun?" The vaccine was common property. It belonged to the people who had donated money for the public interest. Salk was later pitied for his decision. He could have earned $7 billion if his vaccine had been patented. His attitude to patenting, however, is not unique. Even in the era of excessive property protection, there is a new interest in open sources and access, global goods, and the notion of the commons. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla Motors, decided in June 2014 to release all of his patents. Technological leadership is not defined by patents. The future of sustainable transport will be better served by openly sharing information and knowledge. All our patents belong to you. Exercise 2. By the early 1990s, the decline of the southwestern willow flycatcher was clear. In 1993, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, FWS, formally proposed listing the flycatcher as a federal endangered species and designating critical habitat, an important step under the Endangered Species Act that prevents damage to specific areas. The task of writing the rule that listed the bird as endangered under the Act fell to Rob Marshall. Marshall, a Yale-trained biologist with FWS in Arizona, was becoming disillusioned by the overall implementation of the Endangered Species Act. The FWS was highly politicized by powerful, moneyed interests that saw species listings and particularly habitat designations as a threat to business. If a species is listed but no critical habitat is designated, a now common pattern, then restrictions on business are far fewer. This created an atmosphere in which it was extremely difficult for technical biological staff to maintain their integrity, says Marshall. For example, the process to list the flycatcher as endangered began in 1992. The proposed rule didn't come out until 1995, and it took until 1997 to produce the final ruling to list it. The FWS only completed the listing because the watchdog organization, Center for Biological Diversity, sued them. Exercise 3. Translating theory into something that can be assessed in the physical environment means that phenomena are made measurable. It is often assumed that the phenomenon being measured is the same no matter how it is measured. Translations of theory into practice may differ, but these do not alter the nature of the phenomenon being measured. Without this assumption, measurement between different individuals made in different places or at different times could not be compared. The assumption does not, however, mean that this viewpoint is correct. Within quantum physics, there is a view that the observer and the phenomenon cannot be separated. The observer and phenomenon make up a single system, a measurement system. In this context, it is not possible to separate the measurement made from the measurement system within which it was made. The measurement and the phenomenon become combined in an unbreakable link in the measurement system. It is impossible to talk of a separate existence for the phenomenon, and so also, therefore, to talk of an independent measurement of that phenomenon. This means that within the supposedly objective, hard science of physics, it is accepted that reality and how it is measured form an inseparable whole. Exercise 4. Why are certain languages mistakenly thought to be primitive? There are several reasons. Some people consider other languages ugly or primitive sounding if those languages make use of sounds or sound combinations they find unclear because the sounds are greatly different from those of the languages they themselves speak. Such a view is based on the ethnocentric attitude that the characteristics of one's own language are obviously superior. But words that seem unpronounceable to speakers of one language, and are therefore considered obscure or even grotesque, are easily acquired by even the youngest native speakers of the language in which they occur. To a native speaker of English, the Czech word sprinkles, you flicked off something with your finger, looks quite strange, and its pronunciation may sound odd and even impossible because there is no vowel among the 8 consonants. For native speakers of Czech, of course, sprinkles is just another word. Which speech sounds are used and how they are combined to form words and utterances vary from one language to the next, and speakers of no language can claim that their language has done the selecting and combining better than another.
Unit 13. Gateway. People have always wanted to be around other people and to learn from them. Cities have long been dynamos of social possibility, foundries of art, music, and fashion. Slang, or if you prefer, lexical innovation, has always started in cities, an outgrowth of all those different people so frequently exposed to one another. It spreads outward in a manner not unlike transmissible disease, which itself typically takes off in cities. If, as the noted linguist Leonard Bloomfield argued, the way a person talks is a composite result of what he has heard before, then language innovation would happen where the most people heard and talked to the most other people. Cities drive taste change because they offer the greatest exposure to other people, who not surprisingly are often the creative people cities seem to attract. Media, ever more global, ever more far-reaching, spread language faster to more people. Exercise 1. When we bemoan the lack of originality in the world, we blame it on the absence of creativity. If only people could generate more novel ideas, we'd all be better off. But in reality, the biggest barrier to originality is not idea generation, it's idea selection. In one analysis, when over 200 people dreamed up more than 1,000 ideas for new ventures and products, 87% were completely unique. Our companies, communities, and countries don't necessarily suffer from a shortage of novel ideas. They're constrained by a shortage of people who excel at choosing the right novel ideas. The segue, a two-wheeled, self-balancing personal transporter, was a false positive. It was forecast as a hit, but turned out to be a miss. Seinfeld, an American sitcom television series, was a false negative. It was expected to fail, but ultimately flourished. Exercise 2. A striking experiment was performed accidentally by Japanese anthropologists attempting to relieve an overpopulation and hunger problem in a community of monkeys on an island in South Japan. The anthropologists threw grains of wheat on a sandy beach. Now, it is very difficult to separate wheat grains one by one from sand grains. Such an effort might even expend more energy than eating the collected wheat would provide. But one brilliant monkey, Emo, perhaps by accident or out of pique, threw handfuls of the mixture into the water. Wheat floats, sand sinks, a fact that Emo clearly noted. Through the sifting process, she was able to eat well. While older monkeys, set in their ways, ignored her, the younger monkeys appeared to grasp the importance of her discovery and imitated it. In the next generation, the practice was more widespread. Today, all monkeys on the island are competent at water sifting, an example of a cultural tradition among the monkeys. Exercise 3. The fact that a majority of the global population has at least some level of multilingual competence surely indicates that adding a second language is not a particularly remarkable feat. And yet, especially within powerful linguistic groups, it is common to find references to the difficulties involved or to the peculiar lack of language talents supposedly possessed. In the modern world, for example, English and American monolinguals often complain that they have no aptitude for foreign language learning. This is usually accompanied by expressions of envy for those multilingual Europeans, and sometimes, more subtly, by a linguistic smugness reflecting a deeply held conviction that, after all, those clever others who don't already know English will have to accommodate in a world made increasingly safe for Anglophones. All such attitudes, of course, reveal more about social dominance and convention than they do about aptitude. Exercise 4. A gentleman came into my stress management office and said, "I'm mad at my boss. I don't like my job. I don't like the people that work with me. No one appreciates my work. I'm really angry." When I began teaching him about how his own thinking creates his angry feelings, he said, "With all due respect, Dr. Carlson, I'm angry almost all the time, but I almost never think angry thoughts." Do you see where he was being fooled? Until that moment, he believed that thinking meant the same thing as pondering. Even though he may not have dwelled on his misery for hours at a time, he was nevertheless continually thinking negatively, a moment here and a moment there. He spent nearly all of his time thinking about the little things that irritated and annoyed him. It was almost as if the unstated goal of his life was to analyze it and to give his opinions on how various things affected him. His negative thoughts were creating his negative feelings and emotions, and he didn't even know he was thinking them. He was a victim of his own thinking. Exercise 5. Caregivers for the old do much more than simply perform tasks. They provide intellectual engagement, social interaction, and emotional support, key factors in long-term health and longevity. As society has grown more urban and as family homes have become less multi-generational, greater numbers of the elderly now live alone. This shift brings with it diminished opportunities for social interaction. In the United States, a 2010 American Association of Retired Persons study found that over a third of respondents age 45 and older were lonely, as measured on the UCLA loneliness scale. Interactions with robots offer an opportunity to counteract, if not entirely remedy, the effects of such social isolation. Brain scan studies using fMRI have shown people have a measurable emotional response to robots, similar to that measured when interacting with other people, at least in certain situations. While robots and technology can't entirely fill our need for social interaction, they may be able to provide some level of engagement. Exercise 6. How are films made and produced? A news item, an event, a novel, or the biography of an important person might suggest suitable themes. The film director's first job is to write a short account of the subject and to present it for a producer. This simple, untechnical plan is called a treatment. Movie director Jean Renoir and his scriptwriter wrote several unused treatments for La Grande Illusion. One of them is easy to get hold of. It is quite different from the final film. If a producer and a group of actors are interested in the scheme, the director or the scriptwriter rewrites the text in order to give a full list of shots described in their order with stage directions and technical terms clearly marked. This is the scenario. There is a good scenario of October, 10 Days That Shook the World, written by Eisenstein himself, but, once again, it is far removed from the 3 finished versions of the film we can see today. It is difficult to put into practice what was decided beforehand, and important alterations occur in the course of production. Exercise 7. Our present-day thinking is based on a succession of historically evolved mentalities, on mental edifices which previous generations have constructed, pulled down, renovated, and extended. Past events are compressed in images and metaphors which determine our present thinking, even if we are not always aware of them. Common sense is the thickly viscous form of the past, the reflex of history which, like the story about a puppet and a chess-playing machine, always triumphs. The puppet, dressed in Turkish garb, was sitting in front of a chessboard on a large table. A cunning arrangement of mirrors created the impression of being able to see underneath the table. In actual fact, there was a dwarf sitting underneath, who was a chess master and controlled the puppet. We can imagine the continuous effect of historical experience acting like an ugly, unloved, and happily forgotten dwarf, moving the pieces in the chess game of our everyday life. Exercise 8. The word entertainment derives from the Latin tenere, which means to hold or keep steady, busy, or amused. The notion of making money by keeping an audience steady, busy, or amused remains central to those in the business of entertainment. Media practitioners, then, define entertainment as material that grabs the audience's attention and leaves agreeable feelings, as opposed to challenging their views of themselves and the world. However, this doesn't mean that people who work in the entertainment business always stay away from informing or persuading. Many movies that are categorized under entertainment by their production firms have been written and produced with the intention of making a political point. Think of The Day After Tomorrow, Syriana, or Blood Diamond. Or an educational point, like Schindler's List, Crash, or Letters from Iwo Jima. When media practitioners label a product as entertainment, though, they are signaling to their audiences that their primary concern should be with enjoyment, not with any other messages that may be included. Exercise 9. Ritual is a set of catalytic messages, affecting transformation of state from one season of the year or one stage of the life cycle to another. State refers either to a social and biological stage in life, adolescence or adulthood, for example, or to social status, such as graduate student or doctor of philosophy. Many vertebrate species, especially birds, but fish and mammals too, have ritual. In these animals, ritual is triggered by certain messages or symbols in response to chemical messages from the genes. For example, among the three-spined stickleback fish, the male's zigzag courtship dance, whereby he entices a prospective mate to his nest, is triggered by the sight of her red belly, which is the signal that she is biologically ready to lay eggs. We assume further that the form of the zigzag dance itself is genetically programmed in the male's nervous system. In any case, the ritual affects his transformation into a parent that tends the eggs in his nest. Exercise 10. Post-traumatic stress syndrome became common knowledge, but not the concept of post-traumatic growth, which is actually far more widespread. Most people who undergo trauma ultimately feel that the experience has made them stronger, wiser, more mature, more tolerant and understanding, or in some other way, better people. The influential psychologist Martin Seligman has often lamented that so much attention is lavished on post-traumatic stress syndrome rather than post-traumatic growth because it causes people to mistakenly expect that bad events will have mainly negative effects. After being exposed to a terrifying event, at least 80% of people do not experience post-traumatic stress syndrome. Even though a single bad event is more powerful than a good event, over time, people respond in so many constructive ways that they typically emerge more capable than ever of confronting life's challenges. Bad can make us stronger in the end. Exercise 11. There is a common misconception that the reason we have hunger is because the earth is straining to feed an ever-growing population. This is not the case. The world uses only about a third of its arable land for crop production, and even that third we use inefficiently. China, for instance, has dramatically higher crop yields per acre than the United States, primarily because, even though the two countries are comparable in size, China has 3 times the population of the United States and only 1/6 the arable land, so its population has to grow crops more efficiently. Planet Earth is in fact such a prodigious producer of food that in the United States enough food is thrown away to keep all of the hungry people in the world fed. Exercise 12. There is a saying made famous by the Nobel Memorial Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman that there is no such thing as a free lunch, that we can't magic wealth out of nothing, say, by printing money, or shift costs into the ether. Friedman's view was that if we legislate to reduce a burden on some citizens or to increase the advantages they may enjoy, there will be repercussions somewhere down the line that will involve a cost for others and might even ultimately mean the measure is counterproductive. So even if a meal is priced at 0, someone somewhere is paying for it. Modern economics may disparage the concept of free lunches, yet today one often gets a sense from key economists and policymakers that a free lunch isn't that far away. Economics claims to show how we can generate growth by identifying more efficient ways of organizing society, thereby making us richer and, hopefully, happier with the least amount of sacrifice on our part. Such a utopia is achievable, economists believe, because they understand the mechanisms that drive everything from business investment and production decisions to consumer purchase choices, to individual attitudes to saving.
Unit 14. Gateway. The animal in a conflict between attacking a rival and fleeing may initially not have sufficient information to enable it to make a decision straight away. If the rival is likely to win the fight, then the optimal decision would be to give up immediately and not risk getting injured. But if the rival is weak and easily defeatable, then there could be considerable benefit in going ahead and obtaining the territory, females, food, or whatever is at stake. Animals under normal circumstances maintain a very constant body weight, and they eat and drink enough for their needs at regular intervals. By taking a little extra time to collect information about the opponent, the animal is more likely to reach a decision that maximizes its chances of winning than if it takes a decision without such information. Many signals are now seen as having this information gathering or assessment function, directly contributing to the mechanism of the decision-making process by supplying vital information about the likely outcomes of the various options. Exercise 1. Random sampling doesn't mean just choosing the people to participate in the study haphazardly. There's a difference between the meaning of the word random in everyday use and its meaning in statistics and research methods. A random sample is a sample in which every member of the population has an equally likely chance of being selected for the study, and that isn't as easy as it sounds. Most sampling methods will unconsciously favor some people and not others. Picking names at random out of a telephone directory means that people who are ex-directory or who don't use landlines are not going to be included. While landline phones are disappearing from homes, mobile phones are gaining in popularity. In a psychological study, that could introduce a bias, because those people may be different from others in some important way, for example, by being younger or more suspicious of strangers. Exercise 2. Spatial position can be indicative of social status. Historical analyses of hundreds of paintings indicate that when two people appear in the same picture, the more dominant, powerful person is usually facing to the right. For example, relative to men, women are more often displayed showing the left cheek, consistent with gender roles that consider them as less agentic. According to cross-cultural studies, for some cultures, the pattern is maintained, which shows that it was common for the socially disadvantaged not to reveal themselves in the field of art, including painting. In other words, traditionally weak and submissive characters have been assigned to their respective place by where they are situated in space. From the 15th century to the 20th century, however, this gender bias in paintings has become less pronounced, therefore paralleling increasingly modern views of women's role in society. Exercise 3. Within travel destinations, it is not uncommon to see higher sticker prices in areas most frequented by tourists. Prices are much lower elsewhere, where locals shop. A few smart tourists soon learn to get away from these tourist traps to find better deals where there are not as many tourists. Most tourists will not, because it doesn't pay to spend their scarce vacation time attempting to find cheaper restaurants, souvenirs, and so on outside the tourist areas. This attribute of the tourism product presents a difficult challenge to tourism suppliers, who must figure out how to inform potential customers about their products. If the time spent in searching and shopping for the best deals is included as part of the prices of the purchases, prices are actually lower in the tourist areas for most tourists. In some, locational price differences are generally not considered price discrimination. Exercise 4. The desire for esteem can be used effectively by society to influence how people act. Systems of prestige are found in all cultures, and in general, prestige is used to recognize and reward people who do what is most useful to the culture. People will labor for years, even decades, in the hope of securing the esteem of their fellows and the accompanying right to think well of themselves. By linking prestige and esteem to particular activities or accomplishments, a culture can direct many people to devote their energies in those directions. People whose self-esteem is already high tend to emphasize gaining even more esteem, whereas people with low or moderate self-esteem give first priority to not losing any of it. It is no accident that in small societies struggling for survival, prestige comes with bringing in large amounts of protein, hunting, or defeating the most dangerous enemies, fighting. By the same token, the prestige of motherhood probably rises and falls with the society's need to increase population, and the prestige of entertainers rises and falls with how much time and money the population can devote to leisure activities.
Unit 15. Gateway. The most commonly known form of results-based pricing is a practice called contingency pricing, used by lawyers. Contingency pricing is the major way that personal injury and certain consumer cases are billed. In this approach, lawyers do not receive fees or payment until the case is settled, when they are paid a percentage of the money that the client receives. Therefore, only an outcome in the client's favor is compensated. From the client's point of view, the pricing makes sense in part because most clients in these cases are unfamiliar with and possibly intimidated by law firms. Their biggest fears are high fees for a case that may take years to settle. By using contingency pricing, clients are ensured that they pay no fees until they receive a settlement. In these and other instances of contingency pricing, the economic value of the service is hard to determine before the service, and providers develop a price that allows them to share the risks and rewards of delivering value to the buyer. Exercise 1. What do we want to hear when asking the question, why John slammed the door? Probably not that John put more than average energy into his act, giving the door more speed, which resulted in a heavy collision of the door with the doorpost, a loud noise, and the lamp rocking back and forth. We normally are not interested in a report of the chain of causes and effects leading up to the slamming. Even when we think in a materialistic frame of mind that the state of being offended can be traced in John's brain, we usually will not be interested in an answer in neurological terms. So, normally, in our day-to-day why questions about people's actions, we expect to hear about their reasons. Neither do we expect to hear a report about microprocesses in John's body causing his movements. The why question asks for reasons. He felt offended, for instance. Exercise 2. We can presume that the components of love proposed by Sternberg can be found in all cultures. Intimacy, passion, and commitment are most likely cultural universals. Evidence of this comes from many sources, including cultural anthropology, psychological research, and love poetry from across the world. What does appear to vary across cultures, however, is the emphasis placed on the different components of love and on different types of relationships. In collectivist cultures like those found in Asia and Africa, relationships with family may take priority over relationships with lovers and friends. In individualistic cultures, like those of Northern Europe and North America, friendships and romantic relationships compete with family for priority and often win. Likewise, the concept of duty, similar to Sternberg's concept of commitment, is absolutely central to Chinese Confucianism. In contrast, judging by the mountains of romance novels, love songs, and beauty products found in North America, it is the passionate side of love that is prized in this culture. Exercise 3. It could be argued that the processual nature of personhood means that one becomes a person as one goes along in society. Indeed, the African philosopher Ifeanyi Menkiti takes this position. He maintains that children are not fully human. Following Kwame Gyekye, a Ghanaian philosopher, however, I would argue that the fact that personhood must be earned is not a denial of personhood to children. It is an affirmation of the view that personhood is an ongoing process, attained through interactions with others and one's community. It requires one to affirm ideals and standards thought to be constitutive of the life of a community. These are standards such as generosity, benevolence, and respect. A number of sayings in some African societies refer to people who have failed to meet standards expected of a fully human person. These are sayings such as ga ese moto, Swana, or aku simunto, Nguni, literally meaning he or she is not a person. Because one can fall short of these standards at any stage in the life cycle, personhood could be regarded as a becoming. It is an unpredictable, open-ended process during which personhood may be achieved, lost, and regained, depending on a person's circumstances. Exercise 4. Some countries grow cash crops. These are crops that are in high demand and can be grown in large quantities in specific areas of the world. For example, sugar needs a hot, damp climate. Coffee needs a hot climate, rainfall, and higher mountain elevations. Tea needs to grow on hillsides in rainy areas. Bananas grow well in tropical environments. Because there is a worldwide demand for specific items such as these, the farmers in tropical countries grow as much of these commodities as they can. These cash crops are sold all around the world and bring in a lot of money, but there are risks to specializing in just one commodity for trade. If these farmers grow too much of a particular cash crop, that creates more supply than demand, which drops the price of the commodity. If the climate is bad and the cash crop does not grow well one year, that hurts the country selling it because that crop may be the only one the country provides in large enough quantities to make a living from. Exercise 5. Some might have had the impression that early scientists like Newton and Galileo belonged to a small sect that conjured science out of the blue as a result of mystical investigation. This wasn't so. Their work did not take place in a cultural vacuum. It was the product of many ancient traditions. One of these was Greek philosophy, which encouraged the belief that the world could be explained by logic, reasoning, and mathematics. Another was agriculture, from which people learned about order and chaos by observing the cycles and rhythms of nature, interrupted periodically by sudden and unpredictable disasters. And then there were religions, which encouraged belief in a created world order. The founding assumption of science is that the physical universe is neither random nor absurd. It is not just a meaningless jumble of objects and phenomena randomly placed side by side. Rather, there is a coherent scheme of things. This is often expressed by the simple saying that there is order in nature. But scientists have gone beyond this vague notion to formulate a system of well-defined laws. Exercise 6. In English, many spelling errors could be avoided if we systematically transcribed each sound with a fixed letter. For instance, if we were to avoid writing the sound f with both the letter F and with PH, life would be much simpler. There is little doubt that we could easily get rid of this and many other useless redundancies whose acquisition eats up many years of childhood. In fact, this is the timid direction that American spelling reform took when it simplified the irregular British spellings of behavior or analyze into behavior and analyze. Many more steps could have been taken along the same lines. As expert readers, we cease to be aware of the absurdity of our spelling. Even a letter as simple as X is unnecessary, as it stands for two phonemes, x, that already have their own spelling. In Turkey, one takes a taxi. That country, which in the space of 1 year adopted the Roman alphabet, drastically simplified its spelling and taught 3 million people how to read, sets a beautiful example of the feasibility of spelling reform.
Unit 16. Gateway. Parks take the shape demanded by the cultural concerns of their time. Once parks are in place, they are no inert stage. Their purposes and meanings are made and remade by planners and by park users. Moments of park creation are particularly telling, however, for they reveal and actualize ideas about nature and its relationship to urban society. Indeed, what distinguishes a park from the broader category of public space is the representation of nature that parks are meant to embody. Public spaces include parks, concrete plazas, sidewalks, even indoor atriums. Parks typically have trees, grass, and other plants as their central features. When entering a city park, people often imagine a sharp separation from streets, cars, and buildings. There is a reason for that. Traditionally, park designers attempted to create such a feeling by planting tall trees at park boundaries, building stone walls, and constructing other means of partition. What's behind this idea is not only landscape architects' desire to design aesthetically suggestive park spaces, but a much longer history of Western thought that envisions cities and nature as antithetical spaces and oppositional forces. Exercise 1. When we are in groups, we tend to feel that we, personally, aren't as responsible as we would be if we were acting on our own. So the decisions that the group makes can easily become extreme. Occasionally, groups reach riskier decisions. They decide to take actions which are more challenging or unsafe than they should be. Sometimes, though, they make choices that are too cautious. It's known as group polarization, a tendency towards extremes. A lot depends on how the discussions in the group develop. If one person is advocating a risky strategy early on, others may begin to think of even more challenging examples, and that leads the discussion towards reaching a riskier decision. But if someone advocates more cautious approaches at an early stage, this too can influence the direction of the discussion, resulting in a more cautious decision than the group members might have made individually. Exercise 2. Advertising in the United States is a relatively large and stable marketplace with a dollar volume of activity closely tied to the overall health of the economy. The same is true of other mature industrialized nations, especially those of Western Europe. One significant difference, however, is the way commercial media evolved. In the United States, radio and television systems began as commercial ventures. In many other countries, media were largely or completely government-supported for years. Different models of commercial support are still evolving, and the precise configurations vary by country. This evolution does not mean, however, that governments are uninvolved in steering the development of media. As Joseph Straubar observes, television systems are often stubbornly national, which means advertisers must tailor global media plans to the regulatory policies and cultural expectations of individual countries. Exercise 3. Some people think that facts are the same as events, which they regard as the objective, hardcore elements of this universe. The main reason for thinking this is that events seem the best candidates to offer us a rock-solid foundation for our facts. True, events do happen or do not happen. You can neglect them but not deny them. So by replacing facts with events, we might think we have found the strong objective foundation that we strive for. However, facts and events are concepts very different from each other. Unlike facts, events are dated, tied to space and time, whereas facts are detached from space and time. It is even considered a fact that certain events did not occur. It is a fact, for instance, that Darwin did not have a copy of Mendel's 1866 article in his collection. Apparently, a fact is not the same as an event. The best we can say is that a fact is a description of an event, but not the event itself. Exercise 4. The extent to which decision-making is shared with subordinates or concentrated at the top of the hierarchy differs across organizations. Thus, organizations can vary from strongly centralized decision-making practices to highly participatory decision-making practices. In participatory decision-making, subordinates have much more input into how decisions are made. Research shows that greater participation in decision-making improves employee satisfaction with the decisions, but does not necessarily translate into better group performance. Therefore, research has investigated when participatory decision-making is most useful and when it is less important. When the workers are highly educated, intelligent, and have considerable expertise in their areas, participatory decision-making is more effective. Additionally, when the task at hand is highly complex and knowledge about local conditions is important to the decision, participatory decision-making is important. Finally, in times of crisis, when the decisions have very strong impact, participatory decision-making is useful. Exercise 5. Insects attract collectors' attention because they are extremely diverse and often bear spectacular colors. To biologists, however, bright coloration has been a constantly renewed puzzle because it makes an insect a highly visible prey to prospective predators. Charles Darwin understood that bright colors or exaggerated forms could evolve via sexual selection, the process by which individuals compete for access to mates and fertilization opportunities. However, he felt sexual selection could not account for the striking color pattern of non-reproductive larvae in, for example, pseudosphinx hawk moth caterpillars. In a reply to Darwin about this puzzle, Alfred R. Wallace proposed that bright colors could advertise the distastefulness of the caterpillars to experienced predators. Indeed, prey that are not edible to predators are predicted to gain by exhibiting very recognizable colors. Experienced predators can then correctly identify and subsequently avoid attacking such prey. E.B. Poulton later developed this idea, expanded it to other warning signals, i.e., sounds or smells, and coined the term aposematism to describe this phenomenon, from the Greek away and sign. Exercise 6. In ancient and medieval times, considerable respect was accorded to language by those working in the scientific field. According to the ancient metaphysical Weltanschauung, it was believed that the structure of reality and of thought were so closely allied that they were interchangeable. A logical statement, not only a matter of thinking but also of linguistics, was automatically a true statement of reality. Since such a statement happened to be true, it did not need to be subjected to experimental testing. However, in modern times, it was realized for the first time that trust in the accord between reality and thinking was based on a grossly exaggerated notion of the scope of human reason. In order to discover whether a logical statement, i.e., the logical language, was really true, i.e., agreed with reality, the statement should be tested against empirical reality in an experiment. The emphasis on the physical experiment is characteristic of modern science. Later again, it was realized that even this approach overrated the importance of thinking. From the outset, research should be directed by experiments, although that experimental action, like any action, required the support of logical thought.
Unit 17, Gateway. A striving to demonstrate individual personality through designs should not be surprising, Most designers are educated to work as individuals, and design literature contains countless references to the designer. Personal flair is without doubt an absolute necessity in some product categories, particularly relatively small objects with a low degree of technological complexity, such as furniture, lighting, small appliances, and housewares. In larger-scale projects, however, even where a strong personality exercises powerful influence, the fact that substantial numbers of designers are employed in implementing a concept can easily be overlooked. The emphasis on individuality is therefore problematic. Rather than actually designing, many successful designer personalities function more as creative managers. A distinction needs to be made between designers working truly alone and those working in a group. In the latter case, management organization and processes can be equally as relevant as designers' creativity. Depending on the size of a project, the capacity of designers to coordinate team-based working environments can be just as important as their personal qualities. Exercise 1. There are several theories about why older people experience long-term time compression so much more acutely than young people. It has been observed, for example, that for a 20-year-old, 10 years is half a lifetime, but for a 50-year-old, the same span represents just 20% of one's life. As we age, a decade becomes an ever smaller proportion of our life experience. Others have emphasized the fact that in a 10-year span, younger people encounter more turning points than older people. In just 10 years, a younger person is likely to graduate from college, woo and win a mate, start a family, and buy a house. Older people, in contrast, can easily pass a decade doing the same job and living in the same house with the same spouse. The absence of frequent life-changing events may partly explain why older people feel that the later decades seem to pass so quickly. Older people experience long-term time compression more acutely because to them, a time period such as a decade represents a declining proportion of their life, and the occurrence of major life events during that period is rare. Exercise 2. Social mobility is upward or downward movement in social position over time in a society. That movement can be specific to individuals who change social positions or to categories of people, such as racial or ethnic groups. Social mobility between generations is referred to as intergenerational mobility. The self-made myth suggests that social position in the United States is largely up to the individual, implying that mobility is quite common and easy to achieve for those who apply themselves. However, what people believe and what is fact are often not the same. A recent experimental study found that Americans substantially and consistently overestimate the amount of income mobility and educational access in society. The higher one's social class, the more likely they are to overestimate social mobility. In other words, wealthy Americans tend to subscribe to the belief that pulling oneself out of poverty is easier than it actually is, and that one's wealth is a result of hard work and initiative, rather than luck or birth. Americans tend to have the unproven belief that social position largely depends upon personal effort, and those with greater wealth and higher social status are more likely to consider upward social mobility readily achievable. Exercise 3. In ancient Greece, many private individuals believed in the powers of magic, such as farmers who were always dependent on the weather. Even though the use of magic was widespread in ancient Greece, there remained an official caution over its use. We know that the Greek authorities believed that magic was an activity capable of results, but they grew concerned about those who practiced harmful magic. So it was established that those who practiced harmful magic could be punished by civic action. This may be the reason why magic in the classical world was held in low esteem and condemned by speakers and writers. Likewise, we find certain intellectuals realizing that the power of magic could be abused. For example, Plato believed that those who sold spells and curse tablets should be punished. Epicurean and Stoic philosophers also believed that magic should be eliminated. This mistrust of magic, along with religion and a separation of humans from the divine world, created a need to develop new methods of understanding the world. It is thus understandable that the ancient Greeks created the foundations for philosophy. Widespread magical beliefs and practices in ancient Greece resulted in the banning of harmful magic and the hostility to magic by Greek thinkers, which was one of the factors that prompted the emergence of philosophy. Exercise 4. The development psychologist Jerome Kagan measured changes in children's temperament between the ages of 4 months and 7 years. He classified several healthy 4-month-old infants as high reactors, easily excited or fearful, or low reactors, relaxed and unafraid, depending upon their responses to an unfamiliar stimulus. Kagan waved colorful mobiles in front of a baby, played a tape saying, "Hello, baby, how are you doing today?" and popped a balloon behind the baby's head. High reactors moved around violently and cried, while low reactors rested or even laughed during the tests. By the time these infants were 4 years old, some of the high reactors were quite shy, subdued, and quiet, while others had moved toward the center of Kagan's shy, bold continuum. By the age of 7, only 15% of the initially low reactors were enthusiastic, fearless, and highly sociable kids, and the rest had moved closer to the center. None of the high reactors became fearless, and none of the low reactors became fearful. In other words, environment only moderately affected the final outcome. In his study with children grouped by their reactions to novel stimuli, Jerome Kagan found that the children's temperamental characteristics had not been significantly affected by environment during early childhood.
Unit 18. Gateway. There is evidence that even very simple algorithms can outperform expert judgment on simple prediction problems. For example, algorithms have proved more accurate than humans in predicting whether a prisoner released on parole will go on to commit another crime, or in predicting whether a potential candidate will perform well in a job in future. In over 100 studies across many different domains, half of all cases show simple formulas make better significant predictions than human experts, and the remainder, except a very small handful, show a tie between the two. When there are a lot of different factors involved and a situation is very uncertain, simple formulas can win out by focusing on the most important factors and being consistent, while human judgment is too easily influenced by particularly salient and perhaps irrelevant considerations. A similar idea is supported by further evidence that checklists can improve the quality of expert decisions in a range of domains by ensuring that important steps or considerations aren't missed when people are feeling overloaded. For example, treating patients in intensive care can require hundreds of small actions per day, and one small error could cost a life. Using checklists to ensure that no crucial steps are missed has proved to be remarkably effective in a range of medical contexts, from preventing life infections to reducing pneumonia. Exercises 1 and 2. We do know that the ability to question, whether verbally or through other means, is one of the things that separates us from lower primates. Paul Harris, an education professor at Harvard University, who has studied questioning in children, observes, unlike other primates, we humans are designed so that the young look to the old for cultural information. He sees this as an important evolutionary divide, that from an early age, even before speech, humans will use some form of questioning to try to gain information. A child may pick up a kiwi fruit and indicate, through a look or gesture directed at a nearby adult, a desire to know more. Chimpanzees don't do this. They may ask for a treat through signaling, but it's a simple request for food, as opposed to an information-seeking question. So then, one of the primary drivers of questioning is an awareness of what we don't know, which is a form of higher awareness that separates not only man from monkey, but also the smart and curious person from the dullard, who doesn't know or care. Good questioners tend to be aware of and quite comfortable with their own ignorance. Richard Saul Wurman, the founder of the TED conferences, has been known to brag, "I know more about my ignorance than you know about yours." But they constantly examine that vast ignorance using the question flashlight, or if you prefer, they attack it with the question spade. Exercises 3 and 4. You attract whatever you spend time pondering, including whatever you love and whatever you fear. Your soul will rise to achieve your highest hope, and will also fall to the depths of your basest appetite, and your life will be a direct reflection of all your desires. This holds true for both your conscious and unconscious thoughts, which may seem a bit confusing at first. For example, you may want prosperity and believe that you're working toward bringing more of it into your life. Your savings account, however, remains empty. This is because unconsciously you're thinking, "I'm afraid of poverty and I don't think I'll ever be rich." Even though you've made an effort to increase your wealth, your pessimistic thinking with respect to money is so ingrained that it actually cancels out your positive steps. Yet, with continued effort and vigilance against negative self-talk, you can turn around and create a prosperous life. The outer world of your circumstances is shaped by the inner world of your thoughts. Every seed of thought that you sow or allow to fall into your mind and take root eventually blossoms into action. And once again, good thoughts bear sweet fruit, while bad ones bear rotten fruit. A person doesn't end up homeless or in jail by the tyranny of fate or by chance, but as a direct result of cynical thinking and corrupt desires. Similarly, a model citizen doesn't suddenly commit a crime due to a chance occurrence, but because he or she secretly fostered the criminal thought for a long time. Exercises 5 and 6. Humans are motivated, at least in part, by empathy and concern for the welfare of others. We donate blood for strangers, contribute to charity, and punish violators of social norms. Chimpanzees are, together with bonobos, our closest relatives, and they similarly engage in cooperative hunting, comfort victims of aggression, and perform other collective activities. Would they show concern for the welfare of unrelated familiar chimps if the benefits were at no cost to themselves? Researcher Joan Silk and her collaborators conducted an experiment with chimps that had lived together for 15 years or more. 18 chimps were studied from 2 different populations with different life histories and exposures to experiments. Pairs of chimps faced each other in opposing enclosures or sat side by side and could see and hear each other. One chimp, the actor, was given the choice to pull one of 2 handles. If the actor pulled the nice handle, both the actor and the other chimp got food, and exactly the same portion. If the actor pulled the nasty handle, only the actor received food, and the other chimp got nothing. In a control test, only the actor was present. Which handle did the chimps pull? When no other chimp was present, the actors chose both options about equally frequently. The chimps didn't care, and why should they? Yet even when a second chimp arrived, the chimps didn't choose the nice option more often. Although they could clearly see the other one displaying desperate begging gestures or happily eating the food when it was dispensed, the chimps showed no sign of empathy. It should be noted that they showed no spitefulness either. What mattered to the actors more than the other chimp was whether the handle for the nice option was placed on their right or left side. They had a much stronger preference for the right side than for the happiness of their partner. Chimps simply did not seem to care about the welfare of unrelated group members. Exercises 7 and 8. The main message from studies of change blindness is that people can miss obvious changes in what they see and hear. Despite this possibility, most people believe they will always notice large changes, that important events automatically draw their attention. This erroneous belief persists because people often do not find out about the things they fail to perceive. In addition, the phenomenon of change blindness is so counterintuitive that few people believe how much they do not see. Change blindness is people's unawareness that they often do not notice apparently obvious changes in their environments. Imagine you are driving up a hill. At the top of the hill, there is an intersection. When you reach the top, you see another car heading straight into your lane, and in a flash, you swerve to avoid a collision. The other car hits yours, but your last-minute swerve convinces eyewitnesses that you caused the accident by driving wildly. Change blindness could be a factor in their reports. Perhaps out of a desire to help, the eyewitnesses believe they saw the whole accident, but they may have missed the critical moments because they were attending to their own activities. Being aware of change blindness is a critical thinking skill. Thinking that we always notice large changes in our visual field may lead us to perceive things incorrectly, such as in erroneously believing something did or did not happen. Recognizing the limitations of attention may help prevent us from misleading ourselves about our perceptions. Knowledge about change blindness should make us more humble about what we really see and what we remember.
Unit 19. Gateway. Walking out of Charing Cross Station in London, Emilia and her traveling companion, Layla, already felt their hearts pounding. It was the second day of their European summer trip. They were about to visit one of the world's most famous art galleries. The two of them started hurrying with excitement. Suddenly, Emilia shouted, "Look, there it is! We're finally at the National Gallery." Layla laughed and responded, "Your dreams finally come true." Upon entering the National Gallery, Emilia knew exactly where to go first. She grabbed Layla's hand and dragged her hurriedly to find Van Gogh's Sunflowers. It was Emilia's favorite painting and had inspired her to become a painter. Emilia loved his use of bright colors and light. She couldn't wait to finally see his masterpiece in person. It'll be amazing to see how he communicated the feelings of isolation and loneliness in his work, she said eagerly. However, after searching all the exhibition rooms, Emilia and Layla couldn't find Van Gogh's masterpiece anywhere. "That's weird. Van Gogh's Sunflowers should be here. Where is it?" Emilia looked upset, but Layla kept calm and said, "Maybe you've missed a notice about it. Check the National Gallery app." Emilia checked it quickly. Then she sighed, "Sunflowers isn't here. It's been lent to a different gallery for a special exhibition. I can't believe I didn't check." "Don't lose hope yet. Which gallery is the special exhibition at?" Layla asked. Emilia responded, "Well, his Sunflowers is still in England, but it's at a gallery in Liverpool. That's a long way, isn't it? After a quick search on her phone, Layla stated, "No, it's only 2 hours to Liverpool by train. The next train leaves in an hour. Why don't we take it?" After considering the idea, Emilia, now relieved, responded, "Yeah, but you always wanted to see Rembrandt's paintings. Let's do that first, Layla. Then, after lunch, we can catch the next train." Layla smiled brightly. Exercises 1 through 3. Although my family weren't really all that excited about having animals in the house, they'd been persuaded to take on a 2-year-old dog called Sally, a bull terrier boxer cross. She was very attractive, being smooth-haired, mostly black, with a white chest, and reddish-brown eyebrows and rings around her legs, and a thin reddish-brown line around her white chest, dividing it from the rest of her black coat. Mum had been assured she was well-behaved and non-aggressive, but she didn't suspect just how thoroughly I was going to test that guarantee out. On the day of her arrival, Sally was given a big bone and led into the garden with it, where she soon settled down and started chewing contentedly. A few minutes later, Mom was distracted by the arrival of a neighbor, and when she came back into the kitchen and looked out of the window, she saw, to her horror, her 2-year-old me tottering across the grass to the dog and bending down to grab the bone from her jaws. Not having time to do anything more than yell out of the window, which might have triggered a bad reaction from the dog, my mother could only watch in fear at what might happen next. Apparently, after I'd casually reached down and grabbed the bone, I walked off with it, with poor Sally following along behind me. That moment was the start of a lifelong friendship, because Sally was 2 and I was 2 when she came to the family. We grew up together. She was my constant escort and guardian. I remember my Uncle Phil, who was a very kindly soul, waving an arm around my head once as he tried to swat a fly away from me. Thinking he was going to hit me, Sally leapt between us and grabbed and held his arm. She didn't bite him, she never bit, but she held him tight all the same. From quite a young age, I was completely safe to wander around the countryside, so long as I had my guardian with me. She was my playmate and my best friend for 12 years, and we went everywhere together. Exercises 4 through 6. Mr. Johnson's 3 sons worked together in a local trading company. One Monday, Mr. Johnson went down to the company to speak to his son's manager. The manager came out of his office and introduced himself. "Please come into my office," he said, and he motioned for Mr. Johnson to go first. As they walked into the office, the manager invited him to take a seat in the chair in front of the desk. Mr. Johnson sat down, but he seemed to be somewhat displeased. The manager asked him what he could help him with. "Well, all 3 of my boys got hired here the same day. All of them have been here the same amount of time, worked the same number of hours, and even have the same position," Mr. Johnson began. "That's a problem for you?" asked the manager. "No, it's not that," Mr. Johnson continued to explain. "What I don't understand is, if they all have the same position and do the same amount of work, why do they all make different amounts of money?" The manager listened to him quietly and fully understood his concerns. He wanted to explain everything to Mr. Johnson, but then decided that it would be easier to show him why there was a significant difference in the salaries. He called down to the warehouse and asked for the first son. When he answered, the manager asked him about the shipment that was supposed to have arrived that morning. The first son said he knew nothing about any shipment. Then the manager called down for the second son and also asked him about the shipment. This son at least knew of the shipment, but he couldn't confirm whether it had arrived or not. But he was going to find out and later inform the manager. Then the manager called down for the third son. When the manager asked him about the shipment, he seemed to know all about it. "Yes, sir, it arrived this morning. I did inventory on it and found that it's a crate short, but don't worry, sir. I already sent a fax to the company's office, and they are replacing the crate in the next shipment." The manager turned to Mr. Johnson and said, "Now do you see why they make different amounts of money?" Exercises 7 through 9. Dira was a shoeshine boy. He lost his father when he was very young, and now lived with his mother and sister. He was a hard-working boy. After school, he would sit near a cinema hall and polish shoes for a living. One day it was very hot. Dira sat under a tree, counting his day's earnings, when he overheard a passer-by. "A thief has just escaped from the jewelry shop." Dira stopped counting. He quickly put his money back in his pocket and asked the passer-by, "When? Where?" "Just now. He stole a gold necklace and managed to run away. They say he has a beard." So saying, the passer-by went on his way. Dira was about to go towards the jewelry shop to find out more details when a customer accosted him. "Boy, polish my shoes nicely. There's no hurry," he said, looking at his wristwatch. The customer was wearing a blue suit and a red tie. He looked like a rich man. Dira sat down immediately to polish his shoes, though his mind was still on the theft. Through the corner of his eye, Dira saw 2 policemen approaching. He was eager to ask them about the theft, but the customer seemed to have lost his temper. "You silly boy, you're not doing your job well," he cried, glancing quickly at the policeman. So Dira concentrated his attention on polishing the shoe. He said, "The other shoe, sir." The man said, "Hurry up. There are only 2 minutes for the show to begin." Funny, Dira said to himself. A moment ago he was in no hurry, but now he is in a great hurry. As Dira was about to shine it with a cloth, he found something sticking out of it at the back. What can it be? Dira wondered. He bent his head to take a closer look. My goodness! "That'll do, boy. It's time," the man said, taking his foot off the stand. Dira quickly tied the ends of the laces of the 2 shoes and got up without taking the coin the man held out. He rushed to the policeman. The man fell flat on his face when he tried to walk. While he was struggling to get up, Dira was back with the 2 policemen. They caught hold of him. Yes, he was the jewel thief. The gold necklace was found in his shoe and his beard in his pocket. He was taken to the police station. Dira was rewarded by the police and by the jeweler. His school, too, honored him with a medal for his bravery. Exercises 10 through 12. While working for the State Parks Management Department in Michigan, Rob was told from his boss that the state had been very concerned recently with the large number of boating accidents that occur on state lakes and wished to reduce this number. The boss asked him to help determine some ways to reduce the number of boating accidents in the state. Rob was excited about this assignment. This was a chance for him to impress his boss by solving a serious problem. Rob started the project by looking at a lot of data. He wanted to see what events were associated with boating accidents, and he used his knowledge of statistics to calculate correlations. Other governmental agencies and departments were generous in sharing data with Rob, and he found many interesting correlations. The most fascinating thing, though, was that there was a very high correlation in the state of Michigan between ice cream consumption and boating accidents. Rob was quite excited about finding this correlation. First, it was a strong correlation. Second, it seemed like an event the state might be able to do something about. There were other strong correlations with boating accidents, such as the correlation between boating accidents and temperature, but most of these were things the state had no control over. Rob realized the state might have some control over ice cream consumption. Just 1 short week after receiving the assignment, he marched into his boss's office with a plan to reduce boating accidents in the state. Rob proposed to his boss that there be no ice cream sales at all state beaches and all state parks that include a lake. To make doubly sure that there would be no ice cream consumption on state lakes, he proposed banning ice cream sales in all stores within 2 miles of any Michigan lake. The potential impact of this proposal was large, since no person in Michigan is ever more than 6 miles from an inland lake. Rob knew the Michigan dairy industry would not be happy with the proposal, and his boss would likely reject it, but he presented it to him anyway. Rob still has his job with the Parks Management Department, but his ice cream proposal did not go over well. The boss laughed at him and dismissed him from his office.
Part 2, Unit 20, Gateway. Leon Festinger was an American social psychologist. He was born in New York City in 1919 to a Russian immigrant family. As a graduate student at the University of Iowa, Festinger was influenced by Kurt Lewin, a leading social psychologist. After graduating from there, he became a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1945. He later moved to Stanford University, where he continued his work in social psychology. His theory of social comparison earned him a good reputation. Festinger actively participated in international scholarly cooperation. In the late 1970s, he turned his interest to the field of history. He was one of the most cited psychologists of the 20th century. Festinger's theories still play an important role in psychology today. Exercise 1. Leo Lionni, an internationally known designer, illustrator, and graphic artist, was born in Holland and lived in Italy until he came to the United States in 1939. As a little boy, he would go into the museums in Amsterdam, and that's how he taught himself how to draw. He got into writing and illustrating children's books almost by accident. Lionni tore out bits of paper from a magazine and used them as characters and made up a story to entertain his grandchildren on a train ride. This story became what we now know as the children's book titled Little Blue and Little Yellow. He became the first children's author/illustrator to use collage as the main medium for his illustrations. Lionni wrote and illustrated more than 40 children's books. In 1982, Lionni was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, but he kept working in drawing, illustrating, and teaching. He passed away in October 1999 in Italy. Exercise 2. Thomas Jefferson's knowledge of and passion for all things agricultural were truly extraordinary. Driven by a desire to see the South freed from its reliance on cotton, he was always on the lookout for crops that could replace it. While touring the south of France in 1787, Jefferson discovered that Italian rice was preferred to the American import grown in the Carolinas. Intent on discovering why this might be so, he took a detour into the Italian region of Lombardy on a mission of rice reconnaissance, a journey that, because it required crossing the Alps, was extremely dangerous at the time. There he discovered that the good folks of Lombardy were growing a superior strain of crop, whose export for planting outside of Italy was a crime punishable by death. Undaunted, Jefferson sent a small packet of the rice grain to his good friend James Madison and members of the South Carolina delegation. Later, he stuffed his pockets with some of the rice grains and walked it out of the country. The rice is grown in parts of the United States to this day. Exercise 3. It's the late 1800s. Anesthesia has just been introduced. Surgeries are on the rise, but a disturbing number of patients are dying due to infection. Joseph Lister is determined to figure out why and what can be done about it. After much research and thought, he concludes that Pasteur's controversial germ theory holds the key to the mystery. Killing germs in wounds with heat isn't an option, however. A completely new method is required. Lister guesses that there may be a chemical solution, and later that year he reads in a newspaper that the treatment of sewage with a chemical called carbolic acid reduced the incidence of disease among the people and cattle of a nearby small English town. Lister follows the lead and in 1865 develops a successful method of applying carbolic acid to wounds to prevent infection. He continues to work along this line and establishes antisepsis as a basic principle of surgery. Thanks to his discoveries and innovations, amputations become less frequent, deaths due to infection drop sharply, and new surgeries previously considered impossible are being routinely planned and executed.
Unit 21. Gateway. Our view of the world is not given to us from the outside in a pure, objective form. It is shaped by our mental abilities, our shared cultural perspectives, and our unique values and beliefs. This is not to say that there is no reality outside our minds, or that the world is just an illusion. It is to say that our version of reality is precisely that, our version, not the version. There is no single, universal, or authoritative version that makes sense, other than as a theoretical construct. We can see the world only as it appears to us, not as it truly is, because there is no as it truly is, without a perspective to give it form. Philosopher Thomas Nagel argued that there is no view from nowhere, since we cannot see the world except from a particular perspective, and that perspective influences what we see. We can experience the world only through the human lenses that make it intelligible to us. Exercise 1. While both history and geography could serve to develop nationalistic sentiments, the relative position of these two subjects in the educational system largely came to depend on the degree to which either seemed more useful in building up the idea of a national identity. In Germany, with its long history of shifting borders and divisions into small states, geographical patterns associated with the German-speaking lands seemed very significant, and so geography was seen as very important. Norway, on the other hand, had developed its educational system during the union of the crowns with Sweden, 1814 to 1905, and it had no disputed borders. Under these circumstances, Norway's national awakening was fostered by teaching about the glorious history of Viking times and about the precious liberal constitution of 1814. Hence, history predominated over geography. Finland, however, which had also experienced a union of crowns, in this case with Tsarist Russia, lacked a clearly discernible glorious past, and so geography developed as a relatively more important subject. A pioneering research work of great political importance in the Finnish liberation process, the Atlas of Finland, stressed the uniqueness of the Finnish lands. Exercise 2. One dimension of ethical theory that needs mentioning is the issue of autonomy of ethics in relation to religion. Many ethical works are written from a religious point of view, and many concrete moral judgments are influenced by religion. A question in ethical theory is whether ethics has some kind of evidential dependence on religion. Consider the question whether moral knowledge, say, that lying is, with certain exceptions, wrong, requires knowing any religious truth. This does not seem so. To say this is not to claim, as some would, that we can know moral truths even if there are no theological or religious truths. The point is theologically neutral on this matter. It is that knowledge of moral truths does not depend on knowledge of God or of religious truths. This view that moral knowledge is possible independently of religion is not anti-religious, and indeed it has often been held by religiously committed philosophers and by theologians. Exercise 3. Several factors have been identified as influences on the development of moral identity, some individual and some contextual. At the individual level, things such as personality, cognitive development, attitudes and values, and broader self and identity development can impact moral identity development. For example, those more advanced in cognitive and identity development have greater capacities for moral identity development. Also, greater appreciation for moral values might facilitate their subsequent integration into identity. At the contextual level, one important factor is the person's social structure, including neighborhood, school, family, and institutions such as religious, youth, or community organizations. For example, a caring and supportive family environment can facilitate the development of morality and identity, as well as the integration of the two into moral identity. Additionally, involvement in religious and youth organizations can provide not only moral belief systems, but also opportunities to act on those beliefs, e.g. through community involvement, which can aid their integration into identity.
Unit 22. Gateway. Environmental learning occurs when farmers base decisions on observations of payoff information. They may observe their own or neighbors' farms, but it is the empirical results they are using as a guide, not the neighbors themselves. They are looking at farming activities as experiments and assessing such factors as relative advantage, compatibility with existing resources, difficulty of use, and trialability. How well can it be experimented with? But that criterion of trialability turns out to be a real problem. It's true that farmers are always experimenting, but working farms are very flawed laboratories. Farmers cannot set up the controlled conditions of professional test plots and research facilities. Farmers also often confront complex and difficult-to-observe phenomena that would be hard to manage even if they could run controlled experiments. Moreover, farmers can rarely acquire payoff information on more than a few of the production methods they might use, which makes the criterion of relative advantage hard to measure. Exercise 1. Today we are using some 400 million plus tons of paper per annum in a global population of about 7 billion. But if we look at the anticipated population figure in 2045 of 9 billion, just on that basis alone, paper production will need to increase by 30%. On top of that, within our current population, not everybody is able to get a newspaper, or has a book to read, or has enough exercise books to write on at school. As their percentage increases, the demand for paper will also increase. We have limited land and a limited number of trees, and if we don't recycle, we will not be able to supply the 400 million tons we need today or meet the demands of an increasing population. Remember, of course, that within the 400 million tons we use today, about 200 million tons of waste paper is used in its manufacturing. 200 million tons of waste paper generates roughly 160 million tons of recycled paper. Therefore, if we didn't recycle, we would only have 240 million tons of paper, so there would be a shortfall, or we would have to use more pulp. Exercise 2. For years, companies and countries took their rare metal supply lines for granted, unaware of the material makeup of their products. In fact, in 2011, Congress forced the U.S. military to research its supply chains because the Pentagon was having difficulty determining which advanced metals is needed. As the materials that make up product components have become more varied and complex, those who rely on sophisticated hardware can no longer afford to remain in the dark. Now, corporate and government leaders are realizing how important rare metals are. Indeed, efforts to secure rare metals have sparked a war over the periodic table. In offices from Tokyo to Washington, D.C., in research and development labs from Cambridge, Massachusetts to Baotou, China, and in strategic command centers the world over, new policies and the launching of research programs are ensuring that nations have access. The struggle for minor metals isn't imminent. It's already here and is shaping the relationship between countries as conflicts over other resources did in the past. Exercise 3. The effects of climate change will fall most heavily upon the poor of the world. Regions such as Africa could face severely compromised food production and water shortages, while coastal areas in South, East, and Southeast Asia will be at great risk of flooding. Tropical Latin America will see damage to forests and agricultural areas due to drier climate, while in South America, changes in precipitation patterns and the disappearance of glaciers will significantly affect water availability. While the richer countries may have the economic resources to adapt to many of the effects of climate change, without significant aid, poorer countries will be unable to implement preventive measures, especially those that rely on the newest technologies. This raises fundamental issues of environmental justice in relation to the impact of economic and political power on environmental policy on a global scale. The concept of climate justice is a term used for framing global warming as an ethical and political issue, rather than one that is purely environmental or physical in nature. The principles of climate justice imply an equitable sharing both of the burdens of climate change and the costs of developing policy responses.
Unit 23. Gateway. Because plants tend to recover from disasters more quickly than animals, they are essential to the revitalization of damaged environments. Why do plants have this preferential ability to recover from disaster? It is largely because, unlike animals, they can generate new organs and tissues throughout their life cycle. This ability is due to the activity of plant meristems, regions of undifferentiated tissue in roots and shoots that can, in response to specific cues, differentiate into new tissues and organs. If meristems are not damaged during disasters, plants can recover and ultimately transform the destroyed or barren environment. You can see this phenomenon on a smaller scale when a tree struck by lightning forms new branches that grow from the old scar. In the form of forests and grasslands, plants regulate the cycling of water and adjust the chemical composition of the atmosphere. In addition to regeneration or resprouting of plants, disturbed areas can also recover through reseeding. Exercise 1. Organic chemistry is the part of chemistry that is concerned with the compounds of carbon. That one element can command a whole division is evidence of carbon's pregnant mediocrity. Carbon lies at the midpoint of the periodic table, the chemist's map of chemical properties of the elements, and is largely indifferent to the relationships it enters into. In particular, it is content to bond to itself. As a result of its mild and unaggressive character, it is able to form chains and rings of startling complexity. Startling complexity is exactly what organisms need if they are to be regarded as being alive, and thus the compounds of carbon are the structural and reactive infrastructure of life. So extensive are the compounds of carbon, currently numbering in the millions, that it is not surprising that a whole branch of chemistry has evolved for their study and has developed special techniques, systems of nomenclature, and attitudes. Exercise 2. Humans have used borax for more than 4,000 years. Since the 1800s, it has been mined near Death Valley, California. Dirt cheap, borax has many industrial uses, but in the home it is used as a natural laundry cleaning booster, multi-purpose cleaner, fungicide, herbicide, and disinfectant. Off-white, odorless, and alkaline, borax crystals can be mixed with other cleaning agents for added power. Although you certainly wouldn't want to eat it, borax is relatively safe and is quite effective without being toxic. It is useful in a lot of the ways that baking soda is, but it's stronger and disinfects more, so it's good for mold, mildew, and deeper dirt. In general, use baking soda first and use borax only in situations where something stronger is needed. It will enable you to get even stubborn stains clean without resorting to toxic chemicals. Borax should not be used where it might get into food, and it should be safely stored out of the reach of children and pets. Exercise 3. There would be much less to say were it not for space probes that have visited the giant planets and their moons. Exploration began with flybys, missions that flew past the planet, but has moved on to the stage of orbital tours in the case of Jupiter and Saturn, which have each had a mission that orbited the planet for several years and that was able to make repeated close flybys of at least the regular satellites. Close flybys of moons enable detailed imaging and usually take the probe close enough to see how the moon affects the strong magnetic field surrounding the planet and to detect whether the moon also has its own magnetic field. Most irregular satellites, as well as having inclined orbits, travel round their orbits in the direction opposite to their planet's spin. The size of the slight deflection to a probe's trajectory as it passes close to a moon enables the moon's mass to be determined. Knowing the moon's size, it is then easy to work out its density.
Unit 24. Gateway. Consider two athletes who both want to play in college. One says she has to work very hard, and the other uses goal setting to create a plan to stay on track and work on specific skills where she is lacking. Both are working hard, but only the latter is working smart. It can be frustrating for athletes to work extremely hard, but not make the progress they wanted. What can make the difference is drive, utilizing the mental gear to maximize gains made in the technical and physical areas. Drive provides direction, goals, sustains effort, motivation, and creates a training mindset that goes beyond simply working hard. Drive applies direct force on your physical and technical gears, strengthening and polishing them so they can spin with vigor and purpose. While desire might make you spin those gears faster and harder as you work out or practice, drive is what built them in the first place. Exercise 1. The term common pool resources refers to resources that are available to all, but owned by no one. Nature-based examples include forests, oceans, and vistas, whereas common pool cultural resources can include a community's song, dance, and traditions. Many tourism products and experiences rely on common pool resources. The extent and accessibility of these resources has led McKean to suggest that common pool resources, in addition to being available to anyone, are difficult to protect and easy to deplete. Hardin presented the initial illustration of this concept in his influential article titled The Tragedy of the Commons. In this article, he described a community that thrives on the growth of its cattle, which graze on communal pasture land. As demand grows, residents are inclined to maximize their benefits by ignoring the cumulative effect of each person grazing an additional head of cattle on the communal lands. Hardin asserted that the ignorance of individuals using common pool resources will lead to eventual depletion of the resource. The potential combined impact of individual use of common pool resources is an important element of tourism's sustainable development. Exercise 2. If part of the attraction of the community to outsiders is its cultural heritage and traditions, that will likely change over time, and frequently not for the better. Symbols of a historic culture may be pervasive, but only in a make-believe form. Tourist shops on small Pacific islands may sell replicas of native art, all turned out in huge quantities by manufacturers in other parts of the world. Plastic Black Forest clocks and Swiss music boxes are offered to tourists that are mass-produced in Taiwan or China. A commitment to craftsmanship and true local heritage vanishes. These false symbols of earlier times contribute to an overly commercial feeling at destinations and a sense that nothing seems real now and perhaps never was. A danger lies in the loss of a sense of personal identity by residents and a feeling of being disconnected from their past. Their heritage and culture now seem less significant or important. It serves primarily as a commercial front for visitors who buy cheap trinkets and watch professionally staged shows that attempt to recreate cultural practices or historic events. Exercise 3. Physical contests and games in Greek culture influenced art, philosophy, and the everyday lives of people wealthy enough to train, hire professionals, and travel to events. However, Greek contests and games were different from the organized competitive sports of today. First, they were grounded in religion. Second, they lacked complex administrative structures. Third, they did not involve measurements and record keeping from event to event. However, there is one major similarity. They often reproduced dominant patterns of social relations in society as a whole. The power and advantages that went with being wealthy, male, young, and able-bodied in Greek society shaped the games and contests in ways that limited the participation of most people. Even the definitions of excellence used to evaluate performance reflected the abilities of young males. This meant that the abilities of others were substandard by definition. If you could not do it as a young, able-bodied Greek man did it, you were doing it the wrong way. This legitimized and preserved the privilege enjoyed by a select group of men in Greek society.
Unit 25. Gateway. Young contemporary artists who employ digital technologies in their practice rarely make reference to computers. For example, Wade Guyton, an abstractionist who uses a word processing program and inkjet printers, does not call himself a computer artist. Moreover, some critics who admire his work are little concerned about his extensive use of computers in the art-making process. This is a marked contrast from 3 decades ago, when artists who utilized computers were labeled by critics, often disapprovingly, as computer artists. For the present generation of artists, the computer, or more appropriately, the laptop, is one in a collection of integrated, portable digital technologies that link their social and working life. With tablets and cell phones surpassing personal computers in Internet usage, and as slim digital devices resemble nothing like the room-sized mainframes and bulky desktop computers of previous decades, it now appears that the computer artist is finally extinct. Exercise 1. In the field of musical expertise, there is a dichotomy of thinking. On the one hand, there is a widespread perception in the general population that expert musicians have innate talent or giftedness beyond ordinary abilities. Talent, as part of the vernacular in the field of music, is usually assumed to be a stable trait. One is either born with musical talent or not. Music aptitude tests popular in the early to mid-20th century, such as the Seashore Tests of Musical Talent and the Music Aptitude Profile, attempted to find children who had this musical talent. On the other hand, there is a very real feeling that ability in music comes from a disciplined work ethic. It would be unacceptable, even for those considered talented, not to practice. In fact, those who are considered talented are expected to practice all the more. Exercise 2. For a long time, photographs were understood to be visible traces, as irrefutable evidence of the existence of the presented, it has been. Therefore, photographs were initially classified as documents, whether used in the media, in the family album, in books, archives, or collections. As digitization began to feed into the realm of photography and the end of the photographic era was proclaimed, it was its documentary qualities, its ontology as a chemical physical symbol that suddenly lost its persuasive powers. But even if the sting of digital doubt seems deeply ingrained within the photographic authenticity and evidence, many of its tasks and uses have hardly changed. When we look at a family album created with digital images, closely inspect the X-rays of a broken foot together with the doctor, or view the image of the finish of the 100-meter finals at the Olympic Games, our trust in photography remains. If we trust the use of the images, or more precisely, if we assign them persuasive powers via their use, it does not matter whether they are analog or digital. In other words, we doubt photography, but still use certain photographs to dispel doubt and produce evidence. Exercise 3. Predicting whether a movie will be a success is perhaps the holy grail of most filmmakers, and especially the big movie studios. While critical acclaim is always welcome, in the end it is important that a movie makes money. For the big studios, now increasingly owned by massive global corporations, making movies that deliver wide profit margins is the ultimate metric of performance. Movies increasingly depend on non-theatrical sources for revenues. This fact does not diminish the continuing significance of solid box office performance. When a movie hits top spot at the box office, not only does this deliver direct revenue yield, it can further promote other income sources over time. A high public profile means not only that its potential as an attractive choice for repeat viewing on other platforms increases, but that its potential to yield sequels might increase too. In the end, nothing breeds success like success. This maxim is probably the main reason why the major movie studios really like making sequels to highly successful movies and really like to hire star actors with a track record of appearing in blockbuster films that generally do well at the box office.
Unit 26. 2022 Sunbay High School Benefit Concert. Sunbay High School students will be holding their benefit concert for charity. All profits will be donated to the local children's hospital. Come and enjoy your family and friends' performances. Date and time: Thursday, June 30th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Place: Sunbay High School's Vision Hall. Events: singing, dancing, drumming, and other musical performances. Special performance by singer Jonas Collins, who graduated from Sunbay High School. Tickets: $3 per person. Available to buy from 5 p.m. at the front desk of Vision Hall. Other attractions: club students' artwork on display, but not for purchase. Free face painting. For more information about the concert, feel free to contact us at concert@sunbayhighs.edu. Exercise 1. Learners can improve the effectiveness of their attributions through training. In a pioneering study, Carol Susan Dweck, an American psychologist, provided students who demonstrated learned helplessness with both successful and unsuccessful experiences. When the students were unsuccessful, the experimenter specifically stated that the failure was caused by lack of effort or ineffective strategies. Comparable students were given similar experiences, but no training. After 25 sessions, the learners who were counseled about their effort and strategies responded more appropriately to failure by persisting longer and adapting their strategies more effectively. Additional research has corroborated Dweck's findings. Strategy instruction was most effective for students who believe that they were already trying hard. This research suggests that teachers can increase students' motivation to learn by teaching them learning strategies and encouraging them to attribute successes to effort. Exercise 2. A lot of research discusses what leads to relatively permanent acquisition of new knowledge or skills. You won't be surprised to hear that active learning works far better than passive learning. In other words, sitting still in a classroom for more than half an hour at a time, no matter how interesting the material, isn't nearly as potent as having opportunities to engage actively with the concepts through discussion, group interaction, practice, immersion, or some other form of direct experience. Likewise, it is absolutely critical for retaining new knowledge and skills that all your senses are engaged. It is great to stimulate your intellect, but even better if you can become involved emotionally, physically, and interpersonally. In other words, it isn't enough to merely read this material in a book or hear an instructor talk about it in class. You must also have opportunities to practice the skills and make the ideas your own. Exercise 3. According to Piaget, organizing, assimilating, and accommodating can be viewed as a kind of complex balancing act. In his theory, the actual changes in thinking take place through the process of equilibration, the act of searching for a balance. Piaget assumed that people continually test the adequacy of their thinking processes in order to achieve that balance. Briefly, the process of equilibration works like this. If we apply a particular scheme to an event or a situation, and the scheme works, then equilibrium exists. If the scheme does not produce a satisfying result, then disequilibrium exists, and we become uncomfortable. This motivates us to keep searching for a solution through assimilation and accommodation, and thus our thinking changes and moves ahead. Of course, the level of disequilibrium must be just right or optimal. Too little, and we aren't interested in changing. Too much, and we may be discouraged or anxious and not change.
Unit 27. Gateway. Becoming competent in another culture means looking beyond behavior to see if we can understand the attitudes, beliefs, and values that motivate what we observe. By looking only at the visible aspects of culture, customs, clothing, food, and language, we develop a short-sighted view of intercultural understanding, just the tip of the iceberg, really. If we are to be successful in our business interactions with people who have different values and beliefs about how the world is ordered, then we must go below the surface of what it means to understand culture and attempt to see what Edward Hall calls the hidden dimensions. Those hidden aspects are the very foundation of culture and are the reason why culture is actually more than meets the eye. We tend not to notice those cultural norms until they violate what we consider to be common sense, good judgment, or the nature of things. Exercise 1. In many ways, it's difficult to imagine communicating without any emotion whatsoever. What would communication, stripped of its nonverbal components, even look like? Perhaps messaging technology can give us a clue. After all, who hasn't experienced a misunderstanding with someone when exchanging text messages? While there can be a number of reasons for this, many misinterpretations are in fact due to the lack of nonverbal cues and tone of voice in these communications. Numerous studies of text messaging and email support this. A 2005 paper, Egocentrism Over Email, Can We Communicate as Well as We Think?, cites studies that showed participants had a 50% chance of correctly distinguishing whether the tone in an email was sarcastic or not. If our ability to correctly deduce such information is no better than chance, it's small wonder texting often leads to misunderstandings. Exercise 2. Social validation means that certain beliefs and values are confirmed only by the shared social experience of a group. For example, any given culture cannot prove that its religion and moral system are superior to another culture's religion and moral system. But if the members reinforce each other's beliefs and values, they come to be taken for granted. Those who fail to accept such beliefs and values run the risk of excommunication, of being thrown out of the group. The test of whether they work or not is how comfortable and anxiety-free members are when they abide by them. In these realms, the group learns that certain beliefs and values, as initially promulgated by prophets, founders, and leaders, work in the sense of reducing uncertainty in critical areas of the group's functioning. Accepted beliefs and values often make large areas of behavior unexplained, leaving people with a suspicious feeling that they still do not have the entire culture in hand. Moreover, as they continue to provide meaning and comfort to group members, they also become transformed into non-discussable assumptions, even though they may not be correlated with actual performance. Exercise 3. Sociocultural behaviors arise from the exchange of information between individuals and, therefore, they are closely linked to how the information flows among the population. In particular, the social ties built and maintained in the local neighborhood are useful for solving concrete local problems and affect the spread of information and behaviors, playing a key role in integrating social groups at higher scales. Residential segregation directly impacts how these social ties of physical nearness are displayed, drawing boundaries on the structure of information flows. We can think of the segregation process as a dynamical formation of echo chambers. Social fragmentation over the residential space encourages individuals within a group to interact only with their peers. In this case, the collective behaviors of the socio-cultural space that emerge could clash at higher scales, as polarized positions may arise.
Unit 28. Gateway. In recent years, urban transport professionals globally have largely acquiesced to the view that automobile demand in cities needs to be managed rather than accommodated. Rising incomes inevitably lead to increases in motorization. Even without the imperative of climate change, the physical constraints of densely inhabited cities and the corresponding demands of accessibility, mobility, safety, air pollution, and urban livability all limit the option of expanding road networks purely to accommodate this rising demand. As a result, as cities develop and their residents become more prosperous, persuading people to choose not to use cars becomes an increasingly key focus of city managers and planners. Improving the quality of alternative options, such as walking, cycling, and public transport, is a central element of this strategy. However, the most direct approach to managing automobile demand is making motorized travel more expensive or restricting it with administrative rules. The contribution of motorized travel to climate change reinforces this imperative. Exercise 1. Connecting the current offline population will be a difficult undertaking. Many of the remaining unserved areas are geographically challenging to reach due to rough terrain or remote location, thus raising providers' costs and pushing broadband services further out of reach of low-income households. However, more affordable and accessible internet is becoming a reality in parts of the world, thanks to satellite technologies emerging as an alternative to expanding access at lower costs to remote locations across the planet. For example, a network of orbital satellites operated by an American spacecraft manufacturer has launched 1,735 satellites into orbit since 2019. According to the company, the satellite network is ideally suited for areas of the globe where connectivity has typically been a challenge. Unbounded by traditional ground infrastructure, the network can deliver high-speed broadband internet to locations where access has been unreliable or completely unavailable. Exercise 2. Data will be generated from everywhere. Cars, smartphones, bodies, minds, homes, and cities will be sources of massive amounts of information that will grow exponentially and flow at an unprecedented speed over the internet. In the years ahead, the expression, less is more, will have a greater level of importance as to how you integrate the ocean of insights coming your way, and will aid you to understand the world around you. The amount of information and media surrounding us will be impracticable to process and retrieve. You can leave that for the machines, which can process data faster and more accurately than we can. Your job will be to focus on what matters most to you. The key to an easy digital future is not so much accessing a tsunami of data, but how you comprehend and translate it into new contexts, scenarios, and ideas. Exercise 3. The evolution of digital device ownership in the UK. Percentages of adults, 16 plus, owning one of the following in 2008 and 2018. The above graph shows the percentages of UK adults owning digital devices in 2008 and 2018. Among the 10 devices surveyed, smartphones showed the highest percentage of ownership in 2018, with nearly 8 out of every 10 UK adults owning one. In 2008, DVD players had the highest percentage of ownership, immediately followed by desktop PCs. As to the ownership rate in 2018, DAB radios and DVD players came second on the list, at 64% each. Tablets, smart TVs, wearables, and smart speakers had 0% ownership rates in 2008, but they all showed increases in 2018. For devices, DAB radios, DVD players, desktop PCs, and mp3 players experienced a decrease in their ownership rates during the period from 2008 to 2018.
Unit 29, Gateway. Fans feel for feeling's own sake. They make meanings beyond what seems to be on offer. They build identities and experiences and make artistic creations of their own to share with others. A person can be an individual fan, feeling an idealized connection with a star, strong feelings of memory and nostalgia, and engaging in activities like collecting to develop a sense of self. But more often, individual experiences are embedded in social contexts where other people with shared attachments socialize around the object of their affections. Much of the pleasure of fandom comes from being connected to other fans. In their diaries, Bostonians of the 1800s described being part of the crowds at concerts as part of the pleasure of attendance. A compelling argument can be made that what fans love is less the object of their fandom than the attachments to and differentiations from one another that those affections afford. Exercise 1. Unless you're one of those lucky people who only drive new cars, on at least one occasion you've probably experienced the painful realization that your car is too old and no longer worth repairing anymore. As a car ages, more and more things can go wrong and need fixing. At some point, the owner needs to decide, is it worth getting this latest issue looked at, or is it time to give up on this car and find another? The problem is that a lot of money has already been spent on the car, and scrapping it makes it seem as if that money has just been wasted, which makes it very difficult to choose the best option. It's a problem known as entrapment, when a person gets trapped into making the wrong decision just because they've previously invested so much. Exercise 2. Teams and organizations also have a mental life. Most leaders work hard to get alignment, getting everybody on the same thinking wavelength. But to help organizations and teams to flourish, leaders must also work equally hard on getting attunement, getting people on the same feeling wavelength, getting the purpose of the organization and the meaning of the work to resonate with people in a felt way. Felt is the important word here. It is relatively easy to explain the purpose and goals of an organization in a cognitive way. But to function at our best, we have to feel the connection between what we are being asked to do and some larger purpose of the group. Leaders of flourishing organizations succeed in making strong feeling connections between the personal goals and values of the people working there and those of the organization, or even the larger society. The tighter the links in the chain, the happier the people and the better the results. Exercise 3. In the door-in-the-face technique, a large unreasonable request is made, which is turned down. This is followed by a smaller, more reasonable request. People are more likely to agree to this smaller second request when it is placed in the context of the more unreasonable request than if it had been placed at the outset. The success of this technique may be related to the reciprocity social norm, the rule that we should pay back in kind what we receive from others. The person asking for our support or assistance appears to have made a concession by giving up their initial request for a much smaller one. As a result, we feel compelled to reciprocate and agree to the smaller request. A common application of door in the face is when teens ask their parents for a large request, attending an out-of-town concert, and then, when the permission is denied, asking them for something smaller, attending a local concert. Having denied the larger request increases the likelihood that parents will acquiesce in the later, smaller request.
Unit 30. Gateway. In economics, there is a principle known as the sunk cost fallacy. The idea is that when you are invested and have ownership in something, you overvalue that thing. This leads people to continue on paths or pursuits that should clearly be abandoned. For example, people often remain in terrible relationships simply because they've invested a great deal of themselves into them. Or someone may continue pouring money into a business that is clearly a bad idea in the market. Sometimes, the smartest thing a person can do is quit. Although this is true, it has also become a tired and played-out argument. Sunk cost doesn't always have to be a bad thing. Actually, you can leverage this human tendency to your benefit. Like someone invests a great deal of money in a personal trainer to ensure they follow through on their commitment, you too can invest a great deal up front to ensure you stay on the path you want to be on. Exercise 1. Capitalism is generally understood as a market-based economic system governed by capital, that is, the wealth of an individual or an establishment accumulated by or employed in its business activities. Entrepreneurs and the institutions they create generate the capital with which businesses provide goods, services, and payments to workers. Defenders of capitalism argue that this system maximally distributes social freedoms and desirable resources, resulting in the best economic outcomes for everyone in society. On this view, businesses' only social responsibilities are to maximize legally generated profits. However, over the past several decades, there has been a significant reaction against this view. It is argued that businesses have responsibilities far beyond following the law and profit-making. When society accepts capitalism, this view holds, it need not also accept the view that economic freedom always has priority over competing conceptions of the collection and distribution of social goods, or of other responsibilities owed to employees, customers, society, and the environment. Exercise 2. The relationship between crisis and social change is a bit like the relationship between a rainstorm and a mudslide. The rain doesn't give the mudslide its power that comes from the weight of earth built up over decades. What the rain can do is loosen things up, creating the conditions for change. Britain's post-Second World War settlement didn't solve the problems of the war. It addressed the pent-up problems of the 1930s, and its intellectual ingredients dated back further, to the opening years of the 1900s. Likewise, America's New Deal of the 1930s was triggered by the Great Depression, but the issues it addressed and the approaches it applied emerged decades before, in the progressive and populist movements of the 1890s and 1900s. So, if the 2020 pandemic does lead to a radical social renewal, then the main elements of that renewal will be visible already today. Exercise 3. The characteristics of an agricultural society affected its long-run growth pattern prior to the Industrial Revolution, while self-sufficiency and land dependency limited the motivation to increase the yield. Even though some attempts were made to reform agricultural production, the low level of technologies available could not capitalize on the effect of those attempts. Moreover, inelasticity in demand, instability in supply, and price divergence prevented the capital accumulation needed for reinvestment in agricultural technologies. All of these factors created a vicious circle such that agricultural production could not boom. Increasing agricultural production to feed a growing world population, while at the same time conserving resources for future generations, has led to a search for sustainable agricultural methods. As a result, the agricultural society showed a long-term decelerating growth pattern in history.
Unit 31. Gateway. Different parts of the brain's visual system get information on a need-to-know basis. Cells that help your hand muscles reach out to an object need to know the size and location of the object, but they don't need to know about color. They need to know a little about shape, but not in great detail. Cells that help you recognize people's faces need to be extremely sensitive to details of shape, but they can pay less attention to location. It is natural to assume that anyone who sees an object sees everything about it, the shape, color, location, and movement. However, one part of your brain sees its shape, another sees color, another detects location, and another perceives movement. Consequently, after localized brain damage, it is possible to see certain aspects of an object and not others. Centuries ago, people found it difficult to imagine how someone could see an object without seeing what color it is. Even today, you might find it surprising to learn about people who see an object without seeing where it is, or see it without seeing whether it is moving. Exercise 1. It is evident that self-esteem has a significant effect on health, both directly and indirectly. For instance, self-esteem is typically considered a key feature of mental health and therefore worth pursuing in its own right. It may also have an indirect influence through its contribution to intentions to undertake healthy or unhealthy actions. For instance, at a common sense level, individuals who respect and value themselves will, other things being equal, seek to look after themselves by adopting courses of action that prevent disease. Less obviously, perhaps, there is strong evidence that people enjoying high self-esteem are less willing to tolerate dissonance and more likely to take rational action to reduce that dissonance by, for example, rejecting unhealthy behavior. Those having low self-esteem are more likely to conform to interpersonal pressures than those enjoying high self-esteem, with unfortunate consequences when such social pressure results in unhealthy behavior. In terms of empowerment, though, any unthinking yielding to social pressure would be considered unhealthy. Exercise 2. In recent years, researchers have been trying to understand the changes that occur in the brain during adolescence. Structural brain imaging studies over the past decade have challenged the belief that structural brain development ends in early childhood, revealing that changes occur through early adulthood. In addition, these studies provide an insight into the biological basis for understanding adolescent thinking and behavior. For example, the ventromedial prefrontal cortex of the brain is responsible for evaluating risk and reward to help guide the person to make a decision. Imaging studies have shown that this part of the brain is the last to mature in adolescence, which supports behavioral studies that show adolescents take greater risks than adults in activities such as substance abuse. Adolescents tend to engage in more reckless behaviors because the area of the brain that assesses risk and benefits has not completely developed yet. These findings, along with other studies examining the maturation of other regions of the prefrontal cortex during adolescence, suggest that the spontaneity, short-sightedness, and risk-taking behaviors associated with adolescence could be partially biological in nature. Exercise 3. Both prescription and over-the-counter drugs are subject to strict control by the FDA, including the regulation of manufacturing processes, specific requirements for the demonstration of safety and efficacy, as well as well-defined limits on advertising and labeling claims. Such controls provide assurances to consumers and healthcare professionals about the quality of the products and contribute to their acceptance as legitimate treatments. The exemption of dietary supplements from these specific regulatory controls may impact their consideration as legitimate. If healthcare professionals feel that the quality of dietary supplement products is lacking, and if they consider dietary supplements outside the scope of prevailing medical or pharmacy practice, then physicians and pharmacists will have a low level of confidence in recommending these products to their patients for fear of legal action. Physicians and pharmacists cannot, however, separate themselves from the use of dietary supplements. With more than 29,000 dietary supplements on the market, consumers have broad access to and are using these products. In fact, a survey of consumers has suggested that approximately 42% of American consumers were using complementary and alternative therapies, with 24% of consumers using plant-based dietary supplements on a regular basis. Part 3. Test 1. Number 1. Dear Jimmy Orton, I am a loyal subscriber of your magazine and have been for over 3 years now and have always enjoyed the articles that you write about. I was really excited when I realized that you were going to do a piece on the charitable organization Open Heart Orphanage Ministry, which is very close to my heart. I was, however, a little bit disappointed when I read the article and realized that there were several mistakes in it, especially with regard to the history of the group. I feel that a publication's reputation rests greatly on its ability to provide factual information, and therefore feel moved to send you corrections that you can use. Moreover, I want to maintain the integrity of the history of the Open Heart Orphanage Ministry that has done a lot to improve the lives of numerous children in Africa. Thank you, and I hope to see a printed correction in your next issue. Sincerely, Ishita Joe. Number 2. Miss Carter was a teacher who everyone said was so hard in her grading. She kept telling us in class that she was willing to go over our papers beforehand with us during her office hours. At the time I thought, well, I don't think I'll go to your office and have you chop up my paper. Then I tried to actually write the paper over the weekend, but I found that I was clueless. I hesitantly decided that I would swallow my pride and go to her with my first draft. Contrary to my expectation, when I sat down with her, she was actually really encouraging about it. She looked over my entire paper quickly, then sat and discussed with me my strong ideas and areas that needed more work. She even helped me with the format, so I wouldn't get docked points on that. Though it took a lot of courage and guts for me to enter that office, I'm so glad I did. Number 3. Tech eats into sleep time. It doesn't matter if your screen is pumping out a restful, warm light and you're looking at soothing images. If you don't nod off because you're too busy looking at screens, your sleep will suffer. I'm sure we've all been aimlessly scrolling or working on something or checking social networking services in an endless loop, but know it's about time we got some sleep, yet still can't seem to stop. A straightforward way of addressing this problem is to set a sleep alarm. You set an alarm for the morning, so set another for the evening too. This is when you have to switch off, in every sense of the word, and start getting ready for bed. You can't ignore your morning alarm if you want to keep your job, so the one you set for the evening has to become immovable too. You could swipe-proof your nighttime sleep alarm by changing the settings on your smartphone to ban apps after a particular time. That way you're more likely to focus on sleep, not apps. Number 4. Don't believe anyone who says that since nature is based on a struggle for life, we need to live like this as well. Many animals survive not by eliminating each other or keeping everything for themselves, but by cooperating and sharing. This applies most definitely to pack hunters, such as wolves or killer whales, but it also applies to our closest relatives, the primates. In a study done at Tai National Park in Ivory Coast, chimpanzees took care of group mates wounded by leopards. They licked their mates' blood, carefully removed dirt, and waved away flies that came near the wounds. They protected injured companions and slowed down during travel in order to accommodate them. All of this makes perfect sense, given that chimpanzees live in groups for a reason, the same way wolves and humans are group animals for a reason. If man is wolf to man, he is so in every sense, not just the negative one. We would not be where we are today had our ancestors been socially aloof. Number 5. The physical environment directly determines the capacity for independent living of anyone with a difficulty or disability, difficulty walking, poor sight, impaired hearing, etc. The idea is to encourage independent living through careful attention to architectural and urban design and services. In buildings, the absence of lifts or ramps can make life impossible for the elderly. The design of interior traffic and services areas can do the same. Outdoors, the absence of public benches, footpaths that are too narrow or too high, a road that is dangerous to cross, the difficulty or impossibility of boarding a bus or tram can force someone with impaired mobility to curtail their activities or to stay at home. Bad design turns disabilities into handicaps. Poor design can be exacerbated by the rudeness, insecurity, and violence that can be attendant on going outdoors. If these issues are not dealt with, a vicious circle of dependence develops. Number 6. While the term ecosystem management began appearing ever more frequently in scientific journals and government reports, it seemed that no two people could agree on what it meant, as definitions of ecosystem management and practitioners or advocates of its use occurred in roughly equal numbers. So it seems strange that nearly everyone agreed that ecosystem management was a good thing. When ecosystem management became part of the process of deciding how to use public land, both the environmental community and those concerned with maintaining resource flows took a keen interest in defining ecosystem management in their own terms. Indeed, one observer suggested that when environmental groups heard the term ecosystem management, they mainly heard ecosystem, while industry groups heard management. This led to the unsettling phenomenon of resource management agencies, conservationists, and industry representatives, who generally couldn't agree on what time it was, singing in unison the praises of ecosystem management at congressional hearings in the early 1990s. Number 7. Namibian communities have been receiving nearly $10 million a year from wildlife, says Fred Nelson, a wildlife expert who spent 11 years in Africa developing wildlife management partnerships. Since the revenues come primarily from trophy hunting and tourism ventures, local communities had a strong incentive to protect the animals and their habitat. These new incentives led to a natural resurgence in wildlife numbers. Even the number of black rhinos in Namibia rose from 707 in 1997 to 1,134 in 2004. Clearly, property rights to ownership or use and freedom to trade are among the keys to conservation. These incentives can encourage protection, care, and increased numbers, just as they do with cattle. Indeed, after legal action by private rhino holders, a judge in South Africa lifted the ban on domestic trade in rhino horn. Trade will give those farmers and communities that own rhinos an incentive to protect them. But where ownership and trade are prohibited, the protection will be missing, and poaching will probably continue. Number 8. Robert Boyle, 1627 to 1691, was the 14th child of the first Earl of Cork, who was the richest man in England. As the founder of modern chemistry, Boyle devoted his life to scientific investigation and methodology. He was well received at the British court and a member of the Council of the Royal Society, although he declined its presidency and the provostship of Eton because he did not want to take oaths. When he retired to a house in Pall Mall after a stroke at age 42, he maintained his own laboratory. Boyle's goal was to replace Aristotelian mechanics with explanations using just two things, matter and motion. He was also a champion of the new atomism, or corpuscular theory. Boyle's most famous works were New Experiments Physico-Mechanical, Touching the Spring of the Air and Its Effects, The Skeptical Chemist, and The Experimental History of Colors. He also wrote a religious novel, Seraphic Love. Number 9. Americans' views on the federal government's role in energy activities in 2022. The above graph shows Americans' views on the federal government's role in energy activities in 2022. While 72% of the respondents believe the federal government should encourage the production of wind and solar power, just 5% say the federal government should discourage this. More say the federal government should encourage than discourage the use of electric vehicles, 51% versus 10%. And 39% say the federal government should neither encourage nor discourage this. In views on how the federal government should engage with nuclear power production, less say the government should encourage than discourage the production of nuclear power, while 37% say it should do neither. Views about oil and gas drilling are evenly divided. Equal shares say the federal government should encourage, discourage, and neither encourage nor discourage this. Opinion is more negative toward a governmental role in coal mining, with only 1/5 thinking the federal government should encourage this activity. Number 10. Riverside High School Food Drive Contest. We collect canned and boxed foods to help families in need in the community. Needed items are, but are not limited to, low-sodium canned foods, all other canned foods, pasta and rice, boxed dinners, dry milk, low-sugar cereal, nuts, boxed cheese, canned and dry beans, absolutely no anything contained in glass or cellophane. Contest rules. 1. Enter as a team, 3+ members, and pick your own team name, e.g., Yes We Can. 2. To enter the contest, you must register at the school office by May 26, 2023. 3. Food collection will be from June 1st through 30th, 2023. Prizes. Prizes will be determined by the number of contributed items. $300 for the first place team, $200 for the second place team, $100 for the third place team. The winning teams will be announced on our school website at 4:00 p.m. on Friday, July 7th, 2023. Number 11. South Bay Dance Center Summer Camps. Ages 5 to 10 years. May 22nd to June 2nd. Monday to Friday, 9:00 a.m. to 2:00 p.m. All campers should bring bottled water, a healthy snack, and lunch. Summer fun. Come dance to a different theme each day. You will learn ballet, jazz, and hip-hop technique. Prima ballerina. 1 year of ballet is required. Refine your ballet technique. You will also learn some jazz technique. Movie mania. Come dance to a different animated movie theme each day. $350 per week per camper. Early registration discount until May 5th, 2023. $300 per week per camper. Camps with less than 10 campers may be subject to cancellation 1 week prior to the start of the camp. Number 12. Differences in power distance can have an impact on learners' perceived position in the course and may result in some learners not being able to interact as equals with other learners. Tony Bates, an author and educator, describes how culture influences critical thinking skills, debate, and discussion. In an online environment, learners are often encouraged to critically evaluate and debate the content being presented and share their ideas and knowledge in discussion. Cultural differences may affect the degree to which individual learners interact and can interfere with their ability to challenge ideas or express opinions contrary to those of the instructor or other learners in the class. Cultural differences can also affect learners who consider the instructor a higher power. If you participate in discussions and other activities by offering opinions on a topic or issue, a learner who views you as a higher power may find it difficult to offer opinions or ideas that are contrary to your opinions. Instructional activities that are teacher-directed tend to be best for learners from cultures with higher power distance, whereas lower power distance cultures prefer more learner-directed learning strategies. Number 13. Unfortunately, unemployment programs have an unintended secondary effect. They increase the unemployment rate. The benefits make it less costly for an unemployed worker to turn down available jobs and continue searching while receiving the payments. They also reduce the incentive of the unemployed to switch occupations or move to another location in order to find employment. As a result, workers stay unemployed longer, and the overall unemployment rate is higher than it would be otherwise. In fact, empirical evidence indicates that there is a spike in the number of unemployed workers obtaining employment just before and immediately after their unemployment benefits are exhausted. The persistently higher unemployment rates in Europe, where the benefits are more generous, also indicate that the program pushes the unemployment rate upward, perhaps by as much as 2 or 3 percentage points. Number 14. The sense of familial and cultural solidarity that comes with feasting can be very pleasant and reassuring, rewarding in ways both nutritional and psychological. Eating to 120% full is probably a pretty standard performance at a feast. So, over the course of 1,000,000+ years of feasting, a strong psychological association likely evolved between being extra full and a sense of social well-being. The importance of social life to human beings cannot be underestimated. The common ancestor we shared with chimpanzees millions of years ago was likely a highly social species, just as chimpanzees and we are today. Over the course of our evolution, humans gained a tool, language, that has helped our kind to ratchet up all aspects of social life. Sharing food, both on a day-to-day basis and on special occasions, is part of the complex of behaviors that now defines how humans are social. In a less profound or obvious way, occasional overeating may also be part of this complex. Number 15. There are a number of ways our selfish behavior can be moderated, especially when attention is drawn to us. For example, simply looking in a mirror forces adults, literally, to self-reflect, which studies have shown reduces cheating on a test. This effect of mirrored self-focus on morality is consistent with recent studies demonstrating that merely hanging up posters of staring human eyes doubled the number of diners that cleaned up after themselves after they had finished their meals. When we think we are being watched, we tend to behave ourselves. If the fear of exposure regulates our transgressions, then religions with an all-seeing God may operate to foster moral behavior, precisely because followers think that they are constantly observed. Most of the world's religions promote pro-sociality in their teachings and practices. There is a common assumption that religions foster kindness and generosity, as epitomized by the parable of the Good Samaritan in Christianity. Number 16. Consider the old saying, "A little learning is a dangerous thing." As individuals, we are quick to access information that helps us, but we often lack the ability to make sense of it or to use it appropriately. One of us has a brother who is a medical doctor. He encounters this problem on a daily basis, and we might add, he is not too happy about it. Patients show up with often incorrect self-diagnoses derived from spending a couple of hours on the Internet. It is the same in business. Senior executives second-guess their subordinates because their corporate IT system gives them line of sight down to detailed plant-level data. At a societal level, people believe they have the right to information that is in the public interest. Think WikiLeaks, but they are rarely capable of interpreting and using it in a sensible way. Number 17. Many economic laws have been criticized as having only statistical necessity. Consider the law stating that the quantity sold varies inversely with its price. We can show that it is not universally true with a thought experiment featuring an isolated village of peasants. The villagers can subsist on a weekly ration of 1 pound of rice and 2 pounds of beans, or can subsist on the tastier and more nutritious fare of 1 pound of rice, 1 pound of beans, and 1 pound of fish. Rice and beans each cost $1 per pound, but a pound of fish costs $1.20. Since the peasants are paid $3.20 a week, they spend it all on the rice, beans, and fish diet. What happens if the price of beans rises to $1.10? It is impossible to buy less than a pound of anything. Bean sales double because the only adequate diet becomes the one with 1 pound of rice and 2 pounds of beans. Number 18. The confirming evidence bias not only affects where we go to collect evidence, but also how we interpret the evidence we do receive, leading us to give too much weight to supporting information and too little to conflicting information. In one psychological study of this phenomenon, 2 groups, one opposed to and one supporting capital punishment, each read 2 reports of carefully conducted research on the effectiveness of the death penalty as a deterrent to crime. One report concluded that the death penalty was effective. The other concluded it was not. Despite being exposed to solid scientific information supporting counter-arguments, the members of both groups became even more convinced of the validity of their own position after reading both reports. This scientific approach in decision-making collected information from multiple sources and standardized questions to think critically and objectively. They automatically accepted the supporting information and dismissed the conflicting information. Number 19. In our everyday lives, we constantly use causal language. Sometimes this employs the word cause or its derivatives. For example, she went through a red light and caused an accident. Or language that implies that something was caused. I arrived late because I missed my flight. In common speech, we do not distinguish between things caused by human behavior or non-human events, e.g., the brakes failed and this caused the car to crash. Our everyday causal language is good enough for everyday events. However, in the sciences, we require more precision. Pharmacologists must specify a precise dosage of a drug that will cause the desired effect, or indeed the maximum safe dosage. Similarly, accident investigators are required to closely specify the circumstances that caused a crash. Though in the social sciences, such precision is not required, or indeed possible, a causal explanation is expected to go beyond common sense. Indeed, causal explanation is a central feature of social science because many, if not most, questions are about why something is the case. Yet specifying what a cause is that goes beyond common sense is not straightforward. Number 20. Observe a single ant, and it doesn't make much sense. Walking in one direction, suddenly careening in another for no obvious reason, doubling back on itself. Thoroughly unpredictable. The same happens with two ants, with a handful of ants. But a colony of ants makes fantastic sense. Specialized jobs, efficient means of exploiting new food sources, complex underground nests with temperature regulated within a few degrees. And critically, there's no blueprint or central source of command. Each individual ant has algorithms for its behaviors. But this is not the wisdom of the crowd, where a bunch of reasonably informed individuals outperform a single expert. The ants aren't reasonably informed about the big picture. Instead, the behavior algorithms of each ant consist of a few simple rules for interacting with the local environment and local ants, and out of this emerges a highly efficient colony. Number 21. To be sure, the Internet is a human invention reflecting human choices and values. However, it often looks as if it is a separate species with an internal logic of its own. The 1987 stock market crash has been blamed on program trading, computers that started selling frantically because every other computer was selling. The ceaseless war between viruses and antivirus programs looks eerily like the workings of a biological ecosystem. However, even if one posits that the Internet is comparable to a biological species, it's obvious that it's not very intelligent. It has primitive ways of sensing and reacting, but it has no self-awareness and no ability to formulate its own goals, nor could it ever reach such a state on its own. It could, however, be the backbone of a sophisticated new organism, if physically integrated with humanity. The Internet would become a new nervous system for humanity, and humanity would become a new body and executive brain for the Internet. Number 22. We frame losses and gains relative to a subjective reference point. This means that we are concerned not so much about absolute wealth, but about our relative wealth. For example, if I have bought a house for £150,000, then this is likely to become my reference point, and it is against this value that I measure any gains or losses. If I sell the house for more than £150,000, then I view this as a gain. If I sell the house for less than £150,000, then I view this as a loss. But note that my reference point may not remain static over time. If I hear that, on average, house prices have increased by 10% in the period since I purchased the property, then I may shift my reference point and judge whether I have made a gain or loss relative to a reference value of £165,000. A parallel situation can occur in stock markets, where I set the initial reference value according to the purchase price I paid for the shares, but I may shift the reference value in the future according to how the stock market has performed overall. Number 23. The contribution of culture to progress has been called the ratchet effect, based on an analogy with the tool that permits forward movement but prevents backward movement. Michael Tomasello, an expert who has written extensively about both primate and human thought capabilities, summarizes the effect this way. Two things are needed for progress. The first is innovation. Someone has to come up with a better solution to a common problem. The other is preservation. The solution has to be transmitted to others and remembered so everyone can continue using it even after the inventor or discoverer has died. Tomasello says that non-human apes actually are pretty good at coming up with novel, creative solutions to problems. For them, our biological relatives, the problem is with preservation. Even if the solver remembers the solution for a while, and even if a couple of his or her mates copy the solution and use it for a while, it is eventually forgotten, and the next generation has to start over. According to Michael Tomasello's explanation about the contribution of culture to progress, both humans and non-human apes are able to devise solutions to problems, but only humans retain them from generation to generation. Numbers 24 and 25. In Europe, it was not until the end of the 18th century that the musicians' guilds, which had regulated professional musical activities since the early Middle Ages, were replaced by specific trade regulations that allowed, and indeed forced musicians to offer their services to the general public for regular payment. As a consequence, a type of all-around musician emerged, characterized by the ability to cover a broad repertoire, from dance music to folk song, from parlor song to the music of the vaudeville theater. This type of all-around musicianship became a major force in the development of popular music. The changes and uncertainties of the market and the demands of the consuming audience did not permit a strict division of labor among musicians. Songwriters acted customarily as band leaders, and performing musicians frequently played more than one instrument. Many musicians were forced into an existence that hovered uneasily between that of the professional and that of the semi-professional. However, with the growth of urbanization and industrialization, an increasing specialization occurred. Toward the end of the 19th century, popular musicians had clearly defined areas of work in dance music, in public entertainment, and in music halls or musical theaters. These musicians frequently relied on a formal training, graduating from one of the conservatories and then leaving the world of classical music, or taking lessons from one of the many popular musicians who supported themselves by giving lessons in addition to performing. Numbers 26 through 28. Some years ago, I was the director of admission at a small private college. I will never forget the time when an applicant named John Graham rejected our rejection. The college was not particularly selective, but there were some minimum requirements for admission, and John fell short on one or two key measures. A week after we sent our admission decisions, I received a note from him asking us to reconsider. He stated that he had not done well in high school because he had to work to help to support his family. I looked at his application again, but I did not believe he could succeed at our college with his low grades. I wrote, "Young man, your goal of attending college is commendable, but there are many other options for you beyond our institution. For example, you might attend a community college and strengthen your academic foundation. and then apply to transfer to our college later. Weeks went by, and then I received another note from him. Dear Sir, I ask that you reconsider your decision not to admit me to your college. I failed to mention that your college is my first choice school, and I have not applied anywhere else. For these reasons and others, I must inform you that I cannot accept your rejection. I do hope that it does not inconvenience the college too much, but please expect to see me at the school opening in the fall. The next time I encountered the young man, he was in the group at freshman orientation. He had found his way to campus and met with some of the staff in the counseling office. They were so impressed with his story and his determination that they walked him over to the admission office and personally advocated for his acceptance. How could I stand in the way of a young person with that much drive and commitment to reach his goal? He got in. His admission was conditional, and he had to work harder than most students, but he succeeded.
Test 2. Number 1. Dear Jaden, my son Ross enjoys playing with your son Jim very much, and my husband and I think Jim is a really good kid. However, the last couple of times Ross has come home from your house, he has had scratches and even a few small bite marks on his arm. Ross tells me they are from your new puppy, Raven. We love dogs, and we want Ross to be comfortable around them. But at this time, we have to ask that there be adult supervision when Ross is in your home to prevent this sort of injury. We also want to make sure that Raven is not harmed. After considering this, please let me know your plans. I'd be glad to speak with you about this matter before the next time Ross and Jim and Raven get together. Sincerely, Amelia. Number 2. Soon after the conversation with Alec, his parents, Marco and Elizabeth, arrived home. I was waiting outside to meet them as they made their way to the house. Would they like me? If they didn't want me, what would I do? Spend eternity alone? They walked through the door and I gulped rather too loudly. They were both very charming, with the same fair skin and crystal blue eyes that Alec has. Rebecca, Elizabeth's excited voice called. I'm so glad to see you. I've been dying to meet you. Welcome to the family. And with that, all my worries disappeared. Alec introduced me to his parents formally. Elizabeth told me to call her Beth. She wrapped her arms around me in an unbreakable but gentle hold, with a smile on her face. Marco also smiled at me warmly. Welcome, Becca. How are you feeling? You're part of this family now. You can be assured of that. They welcomed me into their family. I spent a couple of hours with them. It was so easy being in their company. Number 3. Reaffirming friendships is central in the lives of children. Organized sports provide contexts for making friends, but friendships are difficult to nurture when children see each other only at adult-controlled practices and games. Additionally, making friends with opponents is seldom considered in organized sports. Therefore, youth teams should be neighborhood and school-based whenever possible. Pre-game warm-ups should mix players from both teams, and players should introduce themselves to the person they line up with as each quarter or half begins. Unless children learn that games cannot exist without cooperation between opponents, they will have no understanding of fair play, why rules exist, why rule enforcement is necessary, and why players should follow game rules. Without this understanding, children don't have what it takes to maintain fair play at the same time that they strive for competitive success. When this occurs, youth sports are not worth our time and effort. Number 4. Don't you hate when you go to a buffet and everything tastes too good? You take great care to eat a healthy, bountiful salad before you dig into the meats, vegetables, and side dishes. Much later, as you sit back in your chair and rub your stomach to find room, there is none. Those delicious delicacies prepared for dessert will go untouched. If you had only started with the sweet temptations, some of the other dishes could have been passed up without remorse. There are times in life when you have to do just that. Instead of waiting until your work is done to see if you will have time for relaxing, take the time first. Don't wait for after work to see a movie, catch the early morning show, and go to work late. There will always be deadlines and commitments, but there is only one sunrise and sunset every day. Take the time to enjoy them, and you won't be sorry. Believe it or not, sometimes the chocolate cake is better for you than the salad. Start with the good stuff, and everything else will fall into place. Number 5. Large teams are notorious for needing multiple steps to make most decisions. Aligning calendars often takes time, and once you get everyone into a room, or more likely on a call, several attendees need to be brought up to speed. Some attendees will not have read the requisite material, and others will have been sent as substitutes for key decision makers who could not make the time, and these substitutes will not be able to make any critical decisions without conferring with their boss. We've all attended these sorts of meetings. They rarely result in decisions, and they usually lead to additional meetings. A small team can deal with these issues much more easily. Fewer people need to be present to make decisions, and those present are typically much more involved in the details of the problem, so they don't need a meeting to ramp up before they can contribute. In a word, a smaller team can be more effective, as communication is easier and decision-making can be accomplished more quickly. Number 6. We cannot test for consciousness. This simple fact has been used to argue that consciousness doesn't even merit being considered a legitimate field of science. Science, it is argued, is objective, whereas consciousness is defined as subjective experience. How can there be a scientific study of consciousness? As the philosopher John Searle relates, years ago, a famous neurobiologist responded to his repeated questions about consciousness by saying, "Look, in my discipline, it's okay to be interested in consciousness, but get tenure first." Searle continues by noting that in this day and age, you might actually get tenure by working on consciousness. If so, that's a real step forward. The bias against a scientific inquiry into consciousness seems to be thawing, with the realization that while consciousness is subjective experience, that subjective experience either objectively happens or not. Pain is also subjectively experienced, but it is objectively real. Number 7. On February 1st, 1960, 4 African-American students entered a Greensboro Woolworths store to buy school supplies. If their money was good enough to buy school supplies, why not a cup of coffee, they reasoned. At 4:30 p.m., they sat at the whites-only lunch counter, intending to place an order. The 4 young men sat at the counter until closing, but were never served. The next day, more students sat at the counter. They too were never served. As news of the sit-in spread, students returned to the Greensboro Woolworths and to other lunch counters across the South. White and black American students alike from New York to San Francisco began picketing Woolworths in support of the Greensboro 4. This one act by 4 students was the pivotal step in propelling forward what became known as the American Civil Rights Movement. Number 8. Named for its call, the veery has a reddish-brown head, back, and tail, and a faintly spotted breast. It breeds in southern Canada and in the northern United States. It is common in central and western Maryland and in western Virginia at elevations above 3,000 feet. Its song is a delicate flute-like da-veer, veer, veer, veer. Mainly a ground forager, the veery feeds on insects and fruit. The female builds a nest in a dense shrub near ground level or on the ground itself, often hiding it in vegetation at the base of a bush or small tree. She lays 3 to 5 eggs and incubates them for 10 to 14 days. The male helps to rear the brood, and the young leave the nest 10 to 12 days after hatching. Veeries migrate at night to winter in South America, east of the Andes, mainly in Bolivia and Brazil. Number 9. U.S. adults' level of confidence in various occupational groups to act in the public interest. The above graph shows U.S. adults' level of confidence in various occupational groups to act in the public interest. Out of the 7 groups included in the survey, Americans are most likely to express confidence in medical scientists, and the military. About 9 in 10 U.S. adults have either a great deal or a fair amount of confidence in medical scientists to act in the public interest. Large majorities have at least a fair amount of confidence in scientists, 87%, and the military, 83%. About half of Americans have not too much or no confidence in journalists or business leaders to act in the public interest. A majority, 63%, say they have not too much or no confidence in elected officials, while less than 30% have those levels of confidence in religious leaders. Number 10. Pause in the Park. Join us on Saturday, February 11th for Pause in the Park, Orlando's largest pet fundraising event. Register today to help support the Pet Union of Greater Orlando, the region's oldest and largest animal welfare agency. Your support will help the Pet Union save over 5,200 dogs and cats this year by providing shelter, care, and love until they find their forever home. This event will take place in Garden State Park in downtown Orlando and starts at 10 a.m. on Saturday. Details: raise $20, receive a commemorative dog bandana. Raise $75, receive a 2023 Pause in the Park t-shirt. Due to high demand, a t-shirt is not guaranteed on the day of the event and may be mailed to you after the event. Number 11. Maple Photo Contest. Maple City's annual photo contest is a great way to show how special our community is. Everyone is encouraged to participate: residents, business people, and students. There are 4 contest categories: Going Natural, Nature; Going Strong, Community; Going Together, People; and Going Wild, Animals. Contest guidelines. All photos must be taken in Maple City from January 2022 to August 31st, 2023. Participants can submit up to 12 photos. Please submit your photos by September 30th. Prizes are awarded for first, second, and third place in each category. All submitted photographs will be posted on the Maple City website and may be used in official Maple City newsletters and brochures. Winning photographers will be invited to a city council meeting to receive their awards. Photos may only be submitted online through a special link on the Maple City website, www.maplecitycontest.gov. You can also get additional information related to the contest on this site. Number 12. Feeling at home is a biological phenomenon because feelings themselves are the product of the human mind and body. Feelings and emotions evolved over the course of millions of years of evolution to help us regulate and monitor our internal state in relation to the external environment. Anger, fear, sadness, and the other emotions and feelings prime the body for action and help the mind make decisions about what we should or should not do. The feelings we associate with home are built on a cognitive foundation that we inherited from our ancestors. A feeling for home, coupled with the inclination and ability to build a shelter for our bodies, makes for a profound biocultural adaptation. This adaptation helps people survive in all manner of environments, far from the African woodlands and savannas, where the human evolutionary journey first started some 6 million years ago. Number 13. There are fascinating effects of group size. In a dyad or triad, the host usually has the edge over the visitor. The host is more likely to get his or her own way. Thus, a business person can strike a better deal by inviting the other person to his or her office. But such territorial dominance, the so-called home court advantage, may disappear if the group is larger than a triad. In public places, a large group may also inhibit an individual from helping someone in distress. More than 50 studies have shown consistently that people are less likely to help a victim if others are around than if they are alone with the victim. A major reason is that the knowledge that others are present and available to respond allows the individual to shift some of the responsibility to others. The same factor operates in social loafing. As the size of a group performing a certain task increases, each member tends to work less hard. Number 14. American industrialists and their European counterparts were taking capitalism to new levels of innovation and human improvement, resting in part on the cultural conditions that German sociologist and economist Max Weber called the Protestant ethic. The spirit of adventure and possibility was signified in the very physical spaces of America, a great stage that could nurture virtue and improvement. In 1893, historian Frederick Jackson Turner delivered his paper, The Significance of the Frontier in American History, at the American Historical Association. Whether or not his thesis that the frontier was the key factor in America's uniquely innovative and democratic character was accurate, the idea itself captured the imagination of generations of scholars and the educated public, becoming very nearly a self-fulfilling account. Like Charles Peirce, the philosopher of science, Turner was deeply influenced by evolutionary theory. According to his thesis, the 17th century settlers were in effect forced to take an experimental attitude toward their situation, as the old European ways would not do. Number 15. In his famous book, Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl writes, "Man's search for meaning is the primary motivation in his life." He quotes Nietzsche's words, "He who has a why to live for can bear with almost any how." But then Frankl made a crucial, helpful point. It's fruitless to try to think in the abstract about what life in general means. The meaning of one's life is only discernible within the specific circumstances of one's own specific life. In the concentration camp, he writes, "We had to learn ourselves, and furthermore, we had to teach the despairing men that it did not really matter what we expected from life, but rather what life expected from us. We needed to stop asking the meaning of life, and instead to think of ourselves as those who were being questioned by life, daily and hourly. Our answer must consist not in talk and meditation, but in right action and right conduct." Number 16. Gaining self-knowledge through reflected self-appraisals might seem to suggest that we have little say in how we see ourselves. But the idea here is that we internalize how we think others appraise us, not necessarily how others actually see us. In fact, our reflected self-appraisals often do not correlate highly with the appraisals that others actually make of us. Figuring out how and to what degree reflected self-appraisals influence people's sense of self can be tricky. For example, Amy's view of herself as a clumsy person could stem from her perception that her family and friends see her this way. But it's also possible that her view of herself as clumsy is actually what led her to perceive these reflected self-appraisals. Indeed, self-views often affect reflected self-appraisals rather than the other way round. The upshot, then, is that although other people influence our sense of self through reflected self-appraisals, their impact may not be as simple and direct as the looking-glass self, referring to the idea that we see ourselves as others see us. Number 17. Markets represent an institutional arena in which exchanges, buying and selling of final goods and services and factors of production, labor, capital, and natural resources take place. Traditionally, economists group markets into two broad categories, namely product and factor markets. The product market is where the exchange of final goods and services occurs. In this market, demand and supply provide information about households and firms, respectively. The factor market refers exclusively to the buying and selling of basic resources, such as labor, capital, and natural resources. In this submarket, demand imparts market information about firms, and supply provides information about households. That is, households are the suppliers of labor, capital, and natural resources, while firms are the buyers, and in turn use these items to produce final goods and services for the product market. Clearly, then, the roles played in the factor market by households and firms, respectively, are the reverse of their roles in the product market. Number 18. All societies evolve rules of etiquette, good manners, and tact that specify what is or is not appropriate to say in any given situation. Most of us are, therefore, walking repositories of rules that were taught to us when young, and that represent early layers of cultural socialization. We learn as part of our acculturation into the family that in the interests of getting along with each other, it is important to withhold some of our perceptions and feelings, because to say them out loud might hurt or offend others. And if we hurt others, that permits them to hurt us back, which makes social life generally too dangerous. We learn that some of these things can be said to friends, and even more can be said to intimates. To say that leadership is the management of culture is an excellent way to define the unique function of leadership. However, the basic assumptions about why you cannot say certain things remain below consciousness, and the process by which you learn them is probably totally forgotten. Number 19. We know that negotiators often assume a situation is distributive and therefore competitive when indeed it is not necessarily so. In the classic negotiation primer, Fisher and Urey give the example of two individuals fighting over a small number of oranges. Each needs the oranges for worthwhile purposes, and there is no way to obtain additional oranges. The negotiators begin using competitive strategies, trying to convince each other to give up or sell the oranges. Because their claims on the oranges were assumed to be mutually exclusive, no deal could be reached. More oranges for one negotiator meant fewer oranges for the other. Then they changed to an integrative bargaining strategy. They sought to learn more about each other's needs with the goal of helping each other meet their needs. In the end, they realized that one negotiator needed the juice of the orange and the other needed only the rind. Their needs were not mutually exclusive, yet a traditional distributive bargaining approach would have resulted in impasse. Number 20. I confess that one of the most suggestive theories that I learned of in my course on the economics of science at the London School of Economics and Political Science was that of the tournament model. It may be well known to many readers, but I was surprised that something that I thought was highly intuitive, such as human resource management, could be described in terms of an elaborate theory. The tournament theory was described in 1981 by economists Edward Lazier and Sherwin Rosen. They argued that a worker's performance, both evaluated and the incentive, can be modeled as a tennis tournament. There is only one prize. Either you win and have everything, or you lose and have nothing. Glory is only for the first. And most US, UK experts who analyze the behavior of science consider that this model fits the profession of a scientist like a glove. Why? Because everyone knows the winners of the Tour de France, but nobody remembers the runners-up. In science, it means if anyone comes to a result or a patent second, if only by a few hours, it is of no use to him. Only the first has any glory. Number 21. For decades, 19th century city dwellers had ridden horse-drawn passenger railways, also known as trams, tramways, trolleys, trolley cars, or streetcars, along regular routes marked out by steel railways in the roadbed. They picked up and dropped off passengers when flagged or at designated stops, and unlike a private taxi carriage, didn't need to be pre-hired. John Stevenson, an Irish-American businessman, got them rolling first down the Bowery in New York City in 1832. They were successful, but problems rapidly developed with the power source. Horses have to be fed, which required massive supplies of hay and oats to be brought into the city. And once fed, horses created wastes that fouled the streets and made walking an unpleasant, unhealthy, and smelly business, especially during fly season. Horses also die. A dead horse in a Manhattan street had to be moved to the river and dumped in. Sanitation records from New York in 1880 showed 15,000 horses per year removed from city right-of-ways. Number 22. The new system of fashion that has emerged from the digital revolution is largely centered, in marketing terms, on popular bloggers, who have unprecedented influence due to their massive numbers of subscribers. If an elite blogger, an influencer, has more than 500,000 subscribers, his or her influence can be worth a significant amount of money. The value of a single post mentioning a particular brand is in the range of 5 figures. Obviously, this approach leads to limited ability to make independent critical judgments. However, when choosing an outfit for a photo shoot, an influential blogger is guided not only by the profit motive, but also, and primarily, by a sense of style. Otherwise, the trust of subscribers may be lost. For subscribers, their idol is not merely a guide to the latest fashion, but is the key to an aspirational lifestyle. The direct personal contact between popular bloggers and their subscribers allows the former to be an intermediary between the brand and the consumer. This role is not available to models, whose position makes no allowance for expressions of personal taste. Number 23. Thinkers of the 18th century puzzled over what contemporary aesthetics calls the paradox of negative emotion in art. L'Abbé Dubois noted that, at the theater, man finds more pleasure weeping than he does laughing, in that the art of poetry and the art of painting are never more appreciated than when they succeed in stirring in us a sense of profound grief. He wondered about the nature of this apparently secret charm that draws us to artistic depictions of overwhelming events, while at the same time, an internal tremor tells us that we are contradicting our own understanding of pleasure. David Hume also underlines the strangeness of this pleasure that seems to contradict our human nature. It seems an unaccountable pleasure, which the spectator of a well-written tragedy receives from sorrow, terror, anxiety, and other passions that are in themselves disagreeable and uneasy. The more they are touched and affected, the more they are delighted with the spectacle. Thinkers of the 18th century, including L'Abbé Dubois and David Hume, thought that people derive enjoyment from artistic works depicting tragic events, which appears to conflict with human nature. Numbers 24 and 25. Until the mid-1800s, it was not clear to what extent the laws of physics and chemistry, which were formulated from the observed behavior of inanimate matter, could be applied to living matter. It was certainly evident that on the large scale the laws were applicable. Animals are clearly subject to the same laws of motion as inanimate objects. The question of applicability arose on a more basic level. Living organisms are very complex. Even a virus, which is one of the simplest biological organisms, consists of millions of interacting atoms. A cell, which is the basic building block of tissue, contains on the average 10 to the 14th atoms. Living organisms exhibit properties not found in inanimate objects. They grow, reproduce, and decay. These phenomena are so different from the predictable properties of inanimate matter that many scientists in the early 19th century believed that different laws govern the structure and organization of molecules in living matter. Even the physical origin of organic molecules was in question. These molecules tend to be larger and more complex than molecules obtained from inorganic sources. It was thought that the large molecules found in living matter could be produced only by living organisms through a vital force that could not be explained by the existing laws of physics. This concept was disproved in 1828 when Friedrich Wöhler synthesized an organic substance, urea, from inorganic chemicals. Soon thereafter, many other organic molecules were synthesized without the intervention of biological organisms. Today, most scientists believe that there is no special vital force residing in organic substances. Living organisms are governed by the laws of physics on all levels. Numbers 26 through 28. A wise king wanted his only son also to be a wise man before becoming his successor. The king was an extraordinary man who selected a very strange way. He summoned the prince one day and said, "You are no longer a prince, and I am not going to make you my successor." He sent the son away from the kingdom and abandoned him completely. The prince was shocked, and he was left as a beggar in an alien land. The king gave strict orders that he should not be allowed back into the kingdom. Over the years, the prince really became a beggar and totally forgot his princehood. He was literally begging for food, clothes, and shelter, and gradually became accustomed to the condition he was in. Many years passed. Then, one day he was sitting in a busy street crying out for just a few coins to buy some food. Suddenly, a golden chariot stopped before him, and a man descended. The man said, "Your father has called you back. He is very old and dying, and he wants you to be his successor." In a split second, the beggar disappeared. The man was totally changed. His face became radiant, eyes reflecting the princely majesty. A great crowd gathered. People who were ignoring his stretched out hands for a few coins, there to show great respect. But without paying any attention to them, he sat in the chariot and told the charioteer, "Take me to a place where I can have a good bath, find clothes worthy of me, shoes, ornaments, because I can go before the king only as a prince." He came as a prince. He said to his father, "Just tell me one thing. Why did I have to be a beggar for so many years?" The king said, "It was not done to harm you, but to give you experience of the extremes of life, the beggar and the king, and between these two, everybody exists."
Test 3. Number 1. From the manager. Date May 27th, 2023. To all staff. It has come to my attention that many in the office have been spending time on a popular online games website. According to a recent article, the estimated daily cost of people collectively playing these games instead of working is over $120 million. If these estimates are applied to our 600 office employees, this results in a nearly $700 weekly loss. This is a conservative estimate, considering the extensive discussions that occur about beating the office's current highest game score. The extra cost quickly adds up. Of course, I don't want you to view our organization as a place of strict rules. I want to encourage a fun and competitive environment, and I recognize that the company certainly will not be profitable if you are unhappy or dissatisfied with your jobs. This is just a reminder to be careful with your use of company time. Thank you. Number 2. It was the day when I had the opportunity to attend my first board meeting. I arrived early. It was a great honor that I had been asked to join them as a board member. Their mission was important. The other members were powerful, highly respected women from across the nation. I had heard about their work and their reputations for years. I was finally going to get a chance to meet them. As I walked into the meeting room, someone from the organization was already there, getting ready for the meeting. Caterers were bringing in delicious treats and hot coffee. I looked at the big mahogany table and quickly saw that name tags and binders were already being arranged and placed on the table. I saw my name with a handwritten note from the president, welcoming me to my first meeting. Quite frankly, I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. Number 3. Let's say you're storing a working microwave in your basement. You're not currently using the microwave. Instead, it's collecting dust. Applying the concept of utility informs us that the microwave has no true value to you or anyone else because it isn't being used right now for its intended purpose, which is, of course, to warm food. But if you donated or sold that microwave to someone who could use it, you would immediately restore its value, while also saving the recipient from having to purchase a brand new one. Many consumers balk at the idea of donating or selling perfectly decent items, and that's understandable, as items cost money. But thanks to constant product turnover and innovation, electronics and appliances quickly become outdated. Giving that microwave to someone in your community who needs it to warm food right now decreases the chances of finite resources, including fossil fuels, copper, other metals, and water, being extracted from the earth to make another microwave. Number 4. Think about what is inaccurately described as mindless sprawl in our physical environment. We condemn the unstoppable spread of low-density suburbs over millions of acres of formerly virgin land. We worry about its environmental impact, about the obesity in people that it fosters, and about the other social problems that come in its wake. But nobody seems to have designed urban sprawl. It just happens, or so it appears. On closer inspection, however, urban sprawl is not mindless at all. There is nothing inevitable about its development. Sprawl is the result of zoning laws designed by legislators, low-density buildings designed by developers, marketing strategies designed by ad agencies, tax breaks designed by economists, credit lines designed by banks, geomatics designed by retailers, data mining software designed by hamburger chains, and automobiles designed by car designers. The interactions between all these systems and human behavior are complicated and hard to understand, but the policies themselves are not the result of chance. Out of control is an ideology, not a fact. Number 5. You've probably already heard about the importance of adopting an attitude of gratitude and focusing on the positive things in your life. But what does that even mean beyond a tired cliché? Isn't it enough when you're grateful for Thanksgiving dinner and the mounds of sweet potatoes and pumpkin pie that will soon be happily in your stomach? Well, not really. Thanksgiving is a good place to start for taking inventory of all the things for which you're thankful, but it's by no means the finish line. When you have an average day, that's probably going to simply fade into the fabric of your life. Remember to take stock. Are you thankful for that text your friend sent you that made you feel special? What about when someone at lunch let you take the last slice of pizza? Small, seemingly inconsequential things are the threads of thankfulness, and gratitude for those small things can be practiced every day. Number 6. The emergence of lifelong learning is one major development in Europe, which is thought to have an impact on educational policies and teaching learning trends across Europe and the world. It relates to the awareness of the need to bridge the gap between education systems and the socio-economic needs in particular. Education is believed to work more and be directed towards exploring and catering for new emerging needs. In 1996, Europe celebrated the European Year of Lifelong Learning, stressing the need to respond to fears about competitiveness, innovations in technology, and capitalist globalization. Substantial changes in education systems are expected to cater for the new needs. Responding to change has become a must, and, as often stated by policymakers, there is a mounting urgency to adapt and upgrade education to be able to respond to the changing global economic, social, and political environment. Number 7. I can't imagine a rat working for a shiny medal to hang around its neck or an inscribed plaque to decorate its cage. Appealing as it sounds, having the title of Laboratory Rat of the Year or Most Creative Path Through a Maze, the rats just aren't motivated by such distinctions. Instead, laboratory rats want the real deal. Food, safety, social contact, even some gentle stroking from an experimenter. In fact, award ceremonies are distinctly human, as I know no other animal that will work for trophies or certificates. Other animals learn to associate verbal expressions with the subsequent presentation of tangible rewards, such as food. But medals, ribbons, and awards are specific to human motivation. Awards are designed to distinguish one individual from a group of individuals, a goal that doesn't register for most non-human animals. Number 8. Andrzej Wajda, born in 1926, is the symbol and main director of the new generation of Polish filmmakers. The son of a Polish army officer, he grew up in an atmosphere of patriotism and romantic heroism. In 1944, at the age of 18, he was drawn to the resistance movement and served in the ranks of the Armia Krakowa, the Home Army. After the Second World War, he studied fine art before enrolling at the brand new Lodz Film School. After making a few short films, he became Alexander Ford's assistant director. In 1957, his second feature film, Kanal, brought him international public recognition. Since then, he has continued to increase his international audience with a series of major films that tackle the problems facing modern-day Poland. As well as being the most famous director of Polish cinema, he was the most typically Polish, constantly drawing on the nation's collective memory and reworking it with a powerful sense of film direction. In so doing, he did not simply describe the events of his era, he actively stirred his homeland's historical conscience. Number 9. Global Internet traffic share by platform per region in 2021 in percentage. The above chart shows the global Internet traffic share that was generated with desktop devices versus mobile phones per region in 2021. Globally, more Internet traffic was generated with mobile phones than desktop devices, with the difference being 13 percentage points. Europe, North America, and Oceania generated more Internet traffic with desktop devices than with mobile phones. In particular, 56.6% of Internet traffic was generated by the former in Oceania. In contrast, more than 2/3 of Internet traffic was generated using mobile phones in Africa. The percentage of Internet traffic generated with desktop devices in South America was larger than that of global Internet traffic generated with the same type of device. The percentage point gap between Internet traffic that was generated with desktop devices and mobile phones was larger in Asia than in Africa. Number 10. 2023 National Women's Month Photo Contest. We invite you to share your best photos and show us the women that inspire you with chances to win a prize. Theme: Photos should capture the essence of the modern women, their leadership, power, and decision-making. Submission period. Entries will be accepted from March 12th to April 15th. Participation. The contest is open to all amateur photographers. Submission details. 1. Each participant is allowed to submit a maximum of 2 entries. 2. Entries must be submitted via email at 2023wmphotocontest@pcw.com. 3. Submissions must include the following details: name, age, mailing address, and contact number, where the photo was taken, town, city, country, when it was taken, must be taken during the submission period. Prizes. The top 12 entries will win $500 each. For more details, visit www.wmphotocontest.pcw.com. Number 11. Creative Craft Camp. Want to get your child off the couch this summer? Then sign them up for this fun camp where they can release their creative artistic energy. Location: Memorial Arts Center. Participation fee: $70 per child per session, supplies and snacks included. Sibling discounts are available. 10% discount on each additional child. Age groups and times. Ages 5 through 8 meet from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Ages 9 through 12 meet from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Session dates and themes. Session A, July 4th to July 8th, paper crafts and tile mosaics. Session B, July 11th to July 15th, costume jewelry and plastic crafts. Session C, July 18th to July 22nd, floral crafts and oil painting. Additional information. Participants should wear clothes that they don't mind getting dirty. Space is limited to 8 per group, so register online now at www.creativecraftcamp.org. For questions, email Eileen@craftcamp.org or call 479-495-6002. Number 12. The idea that money replaced barter by making transactions more efficient allows one to see the economy as something in which money is nothing more than a passive mediator, a lubricant in exchange. Money objects, such as coins, are not fundamentally different from commodities, such as weights of gold. The stamp is merely something to save the trouble of weighing, Aristotle, and a great convenience, Reagan and Lipsey, but has no unique importance of its own. The Canadian economist Todd Hirsch quipped that you could use chickens as money, as long as people are ready to accept them as a means of exchange. However, the fact that many things can serve as money does not tell us much about money, any more than the number of actors who have played Hamlet tells us about Shakespeare's play. What counts is the properties of objects at the time when they are used as money, not when they are off stage. Number 13. Happiness can be brief. Remember how great it felt the last time you got a raise? Do you still feel the same excitement about it today? Probably not. Psychologists have long noted the human tendency to psychologically adapt to new circumstances. Something that initially makes one feel happy soon comes to feel like the norm. The sense of happiness fades, and an urge to acquire the next bigger or better thing takes hold again. This can make the pursuit of happiness feel like walking on a treadmill, where you have to keep working to stay in the same place. And in fact, this cycle has been called the hedonic treadmill. For example, you may feel happy to buy a house, but the euphoria begins to fade as you see how much work it needs. Upgrading the kitchen feels good, but then the bathroom looks outdated. The pleasure of accomplishing one task fades quickly as the desire for the next improvement arises. Number 14. The consequences of written forms of communication are quite extensive. The Canadian economist and communication historian Harold Innis, for example, describes how written communication allowed societies to endure through time by creating durable texts which could be handed down and referred to. This allowed for the control of knowledge by central hierarchies, such as a priesthood. But the invention of more transportable media, such as papyrus, allowed for centralized control to expand over a wider area. Writing changes the relationship between a communicator and the person with whom he or she is communicating. Audiences now can be remote in time and space, and the communicator can guarantee that the message received is identical with the one sent, without having to rely on the memory of a messenger. This means that a communicator can reach a much wider and disparate audience. To the extent that society was no longer dependent upon face-to-face communication, societies could expand their boundaries to encompass vast spaces and diverse populations. This was, as Innis argues, the beginning of empire. Number 15. Radiology, and in general, medical imaging, is one of the areas where AI is advancing fast. In many ways, deep learning can mirror what trained radiologists do, that is, identify image parameters, but also weigh up the importance of these parameters on the basis of other factors to arrive at a clinical decision. Therefore, some companies only build an AI-based product to outcompete the rest. This is common, but what normally happens is that the high end of the market, the part that is more difficult, still needs to be done by humans, because the diagnosis by automation alone is not conclusive, and may even require skillful interaction between the diagnoser and the patient. Therefore, these companies need a dual structure in which most of the routine work is replaced but still require critical human skills to handle the remaining tasks, those also being the most expensive part of the workforce. This has two implications. If the company itself is operating on this business model, its scalability is still limited and its return on investment reduced. Number 16. One key to understanding the living planet is to recognize that nothing about the physical world is static. The transfers of energy and the movement of matter in the physical world may be hard to see, as the cycles happen over scales that may be microscopic or vast. Mountains, continents, stars, and galaxies may appear permanent and unchanging to us, but the entire universe, with us in it, is in fact constantly moving and changing, reusing and recycling, dying and regenerating, in all places and at all scales. On our unusually lively planet, much of the flux among biological systems is accelerated and concentrated, so changes here are easier for us humans to perceive than the longer, slower cycles. However, there really are no static elements anywhere in the universe. Changes happen through flows of energy and flows of materials, and these flows take place in regenerative patterns that are cyclical. Number 17. If society is more than a collection of individuals, there must be some kind of relationship between them, and at the very least, a sense of what is right and wrong behavior. This has led legal philosophers in the natural law tradition to argue that there cannot be society without law. From this perspective, social theorists do not usually pay sufficient respect to law. It is central to everything we do, not simply as an external constraint, but because it constitutes and makes possible orderly social life. This involves taking a broad view of law, so any rule or social norm we are following, for example, caring for the sick or respecting other people's property, is seen as part of law, even if lawyers or the courts are not asked to intervene. And we are not consulting legal rules. Everything in society is held together, governed, and even constituted by law. Number 18. Humans interact with their surroundings with audio-visual cues and utilize their arms or legs to engage and move within this world. This seemingly ordinary ability can be extremely beneficial for those who are experiencing weakening conditions that limit movement, or for individuals who are experiencing pain and discomfort, either from a chronic illness or as a side effect of a treatment. A recent study looking at the effect of immersive virtual reality, VR, for patients who had suffered from chronic stroke found this technology to be contributing positively to the state of patients. During the VR experience, the patients are asked to grab a virtual ball and throw it back into the virtual space. It will be quite some time before the view through a VR headset looks just like the real world. Especially touch and taste may take quite a while until they can be simulated. For these patients, this immersive experience could act as a personal rehabilitation physiotherapist who engages their arm movement multiple times a day, allowing for possible neuroplasticity and a gradual return of normal motor function to these regions. Number 19. Empathy is generally categorized into at least two types: cognitive and emotional. These need not be experienced exclusively and can certainly influence each other. As its name implies, cognitive empathy is more consciously active in that it allows us to understand another person's mental state or perspective. It's difficult to see how this form of empathy could have come about in hominids until they had attained a certain level of self-awareness and sense of other. Emotional empathy, on the other hand, is far more reflexive, an almost instinctive response that seems to arise from much more physiological processes. It allows us to share to some degree in another's emotional state. In considering the possible origins of both forms of empathy, it seems more likely that emotional empathy preceded cognitive empathy. In fact, without emotional empathy existing first, it's challenging to see how theory of mind and self-awareness could have come about at all. Number 20. One telling indication of the importance of meaning for gifts is the role of money. Cash, as generalized purchasing power, can be used to buy anything. It is extremely useful, yet however great its utility, money often performs poorly as a gift because it sends the wrong message. Suppose today is St. Valentine's Day. and you wish to give your sweetheart a special gift. First, you think that spending $50 on a bouquet of red roses might be nice, but then it occurs to you that flowers are not very useful and that your girlfriend might prefer something else instead of roses. So you conclude that $50 cash would be a better gift. Wrong. Red roses symbolize romance. Cash does not. Cash may be more useful, but it has the wrong meaning for a romantic relationship. On St. Valentine's Day, it makes a lousy gift. Number 21. Undoubtedly, everyone must strive for excellence, because mediocrity is insufficient, professionally and personally. During economic downturns, mediocre employees are the first to be laid off, whereas organizations hold on for as long as possible to employees who try hard for excellence. In addition, people who do mediocre work don't get as much personal satisfaction as those who are passionate about everything they do. However, we must all be honest with ourselves. The fact is that only a few individuals of extraordinary skills, physical ability, mental focus, self-discipline, and many years of daily, grueling training beyond most people's capacity and willingness earn a gold medal in the Olympics. Most athletes fail to even qualify for a chance to compete at the Olympic level, simply because the available slots are few, whereas the applicants are many. The same is true for the Nobel Prize and many other accomplishments that countless people strive for, but very few attain. Number 22. The evolution of human rights discourse and activism cannot be separated from political, economic, and cultural globalization. Globalization allowed human rights advocates to move beyond the primacy of the nation-state, though it by no means eliminated the state as a source and a target of activism. Globalization has contributed to the fragmentation of national and international communities by linking the local to the global. It has elevated the importance of new means of communication and information technology. Though imperfect and uneven, global human rights networks broadcast eyewitness accounts and visual images of human rights abuses, thus engaging a global audience in the campaign against offenders. Those efforts have not created an international consensus on the meaning and extent of the human rights regime, however. To the contrary, multiple groups and political constituencies continue to battle over how to define human rights, and these groups often operate in the interest of political expediency rather than moral principle. As a result, the understanding of human rights in the early 21st century is possibly more fragmented than ever before. Number 23. When we ask students, "What is science?" we often receive the same sorts of responses, whether they are elementary school, middle school, high school, or college students. Students point to a biology book and say, "That is science." Or they may give a list of courses, such as physics, biology, and chemistry. With additional examination, they'll cite the scientific method as an explanation of how science is done. When we prompt them to draw a picture that answers the question, "What does a scientist look like?" we again receive similar messages from students across the grade levels. Students tend to draw a befuddled, wild-haired man in a white lab coat. As we spend even more time discussing these matters, students, again from across the age and grade spectrums, explain that science is a large body of very sure facts, facts that are discovered by objective scientists as they study all aspects of the world, a study that is sometimes described as prying open the natural world, as if the answers are hidden inside like a prize. These scientists are often viewed as lone rangers who work in isolation and surprise the world with their discoveries after long hours of diligent work. When asked what science is and what scientists look like, students across all grade levels give similar answers, explaining that science is a collection of objective facts about the natural world, and scientists work individually to discover such facts. Numbers 24 and 25. Gasoline and electricity aren't the only ways to power a car. Biofuels also offer promise for future modes of transportation. Made from organic matter such as corn, sugar beets, and potatoes, or from vegetable oils and fats, biofuels are designed to supplement or replace gasoline or diesel in cars. Like fossil fuels, biofuels, such as ethanol, discharge a great deal of carbon as they burn. But the new crops continually planted to keep up the production of biofuels absorb much of this carbon. How these crops are handled determines how effective biofuels actually are. If a great deal of fossil fuel is used in fertilizing, harvesting, and processing the crops, and then transporting the final product, much of the benefit is lost. In 2007, the U.S. Congress passed the Energy Independence and Security Act, requiring that biofuel production increase from 4.7 billion gallons in that year to 36 billion gallons by 2022. Based on the bill's mandate, more than 2.8 million additional acres nationwide were given over to cropland for biofuels between 2008 and 2016. But this meant the loss of many wetlands, prairies, and forests. Carbon held in the trees, roots, plants, and soils of these areas was released into the air. Many species of wildlife, including butterflies, bees, and other animals that pollinate plants, lost their habitats. Growing crops for biofuels also took over lands that had been used for food crops, so the cost of food rose. Newer or more advanced biofuels made from non-food plant parts or animal waste products reduce the competition for land use. Numbers 26 through 28. The John Fleischhauer family includes John, his wife Angela, his daughter Sylvia, and 2 schnauzers. The dogs are nearly the same age and are both considered miniatures, even though they are somewhat different in size. Charles is a gorgeous 23-pound male with a beautiful coat. He is tall and lean and stands like a champion, although in his heart he's still a warm, sweet little puppy. Sadie is smaller, at just 10 pounds, and has a more hyper personality. She loves to jump from lap to lap until she decides which one to snuggle into for some nap time. One day, after the family had left for work and school, Sadie got out of the yard through a loose fence board. This was her first time to escape. Charles was too big to follow, so she was on her own. Sadie's family doesn't know how long she was out. It was a half day at the school where Angela taught, so she came home early. Their home is in a quiet neighborhood, but it's near a very busy street. As Angela approached her house, she saw a little dog barking with all it had at a windmill on their neighbor's lawn. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest when she realized that the silly dog was her Sadie. Angela opened the car door and yelled for Sadie to come. Sadie stopped barking instantly, gave Angela a huge puppy smile, pranced over to the car, and jumped in. She began kissing Angela the only way she knows how, all tongue. When Angela got Sadie home, she carried the dog inside, and they both sat on the couch while Angela caught her breath. She could tell Sadie knew she was in trouble by the way she had her ears pinned back. But the little dog continued her sweet puppy smile, apparently hoping that Angela would forget what had just happened. Angela figured it was in a dog's nature to roam, and wasn't about to punish Sadie after the fact. John fixed the fence, and he and his family planted a tree where the loose board had been. Leaving the yard was disobedient and foolish, but thanks to Angela, Sadie was protected from venturing further and reaching the busy street.